Hello everybody and welcome! Welcome to yet another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Before we get on to tonight's episode though, and also welcome to all the players that are sitting below me currently, we need to do our normal little bits of housekeeping. So, to start us off, let us plug Music D20. Music D20 are the independent composition team that aim to bring your TTRPG table to life. You can hear them in our games. They are the wonderful people that bring our background music. And they recently celebrated their 2-year anniversary of creating music for TTRPGs. So congratulations to you guys. You can get their entire catalogue, including loopable tracks and one-shot tracks, for $5 a month via their Patreon. Go check them out in our links and panels below. And also thank you to Syrinscape, the wonderful people that help us bring said music to our table. Syrinscape is an amazing app that you can get via the Syrinscape desktop app or on your mobile devices. The app is free and comes with 20 sound sets to get you started. Go to Syrinscape.com or for the links in our panels below in the description to find out more. Without further ado, however, we should probably get on with tonight's episode of the Elendor Chronicles.
We stand together, foes, friends, and unaligned, to set right a world for the mortal kind. At this, the apogee of all the bloodshed, this great summit where fate hangs her solemn head, it is up to I to duly justify what will happen to those from heaven high, from down below in plains of such hatred. From fire, earth, air, and water created those of fey and bewildering wilds, even to us, which divinity doth smile. So I put to you, the immortal titans vanquished, I say leave with honor, or be banished. For those that leave with their heads held in dignity may stake their hold on mortals willingly, placing their faith in your sublimity. Yet those that refute my generous overture, those who would see to destroy mortal love, art, culture, their freedom to choose, fight, fail, laugh, and grow, I shall strike them down with a banishing blow. Those that shall not heed this decree for warning will find their flock in despair, mourning the loss of their god, for I will cast out that rebellious soul without a doubt. Your time is over. All is said and done. The war is past us and the battle won. So, hear my decree, or forget your litany, for now is an age of true brilliancy. The past is the past. Your dominion is all but your. Now is the time for Elendor.
Hello. So, we are back in. So, who would like to give us the recap for this week?
I did it last week.
You did?
I can do it.
Go for it, Mordred. Yeah, go ahead.
So, we had the end of the Tithe raid, where basically just went over the end of it. We didn't get our barrels back. We then went back to town and paid for the tithe, so we paid up the 600 ducats. Oh, and when we rested, Darius saw the sky darken for about an hour as the sun rose somewhere to the west, which was weird. But then we went back to Bolmaby, we paid off the tithe, paid off the guild dues, went to the tavern called the Gilded something. I didn't actually catch the full name, so I need
Gilded
to
Merchant, I believe.
Merchant, thank you. Just update that. There we go. We went to the magic shop, which was quite the interesting place, where there was a old lady with a very small ramshackle structure, but a chap called Ezekiel then opened up a pocket dimension shop, basically to save on the rental costs, and that had rather more stuff, so we had a bit of a shopping spree there. We then checked out the job board, which had a fighting against an arachnid advertised at a nearby farm. So we went over to the farm, we negotiated a price for dealing with the arachnid, which was 300 gold pieces and 6 bags of lavender. 5 farmers had been bitten. They were necrotic. Putrid disease was weakening them. Some kind of venom or poison, which Zedaar did some stuff to try and placate it, to basically buy us more time. We then went to the barn, where Darius stepped in, was met by some strange language that none of us understood. Then it attacked, uncloaking itself as it did so, descending from the rafters, and we had a death spider fight, which was kind of interesting. Zep did loads of fairy fire, Ruby did lots of haste spells, Balmir did a ton of damage, Darius threw some axes, and Zedaar did stuff. I remember Zedaar walked into the second spider. That's about all I have noted. And there was, in fact, a second spider which attacked from further in the barn after we dealt with the first one. Thankfully, we did not face them at the same time. Then we investigated what was in the barn and found this weird death chasm, which seemed like the earth was breathing some kind of nauseous gases erupting with each of those breaths. And as we looked within, another death spider was spawned somewhere inside. And that's where we left things.
I think
Yes.
somebody was going to go alert the temple, and the rest of us were going to guard the door.
Yes.
Pretty
So
sure the temple was already alerted because they were waiting for clerics to show up and heal the sick.
we left off with the party gazing into this chasm in the earth in which the walls seem to breathe and these spider-like arachnid creatures seem to breed. And you all stand around over it. You smell a very sulphurous atmosphere as the gases sort of brim up and brine over. Yeah. What are we doing, friends?
I don't suppose Ruby could deduce how such a thing could come into existence? Or is this a natural phenomenon?
Give me... Well, okay, are you trying to look at this historically, religiously,
Or like,
magically?
Or magically, how would somebody go about opening rifts into reality?
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
Magical problems require magical solutions, and that's where I rolled natural ones.
Nothing
Yes.
is coming to mind.
Off to the best start, guys! Get him out of the way early. I don't know what could cause this kind of problem, but I can absolutely assure you that without it being closed or secured, more people will die from it.
Yes.
Is
That
this
seems
potentially
obvious.
a magical portal that you can close with dispel magic? It may be worth a try to try and dispel the barn anus.
And Rue just holds her hands up. I don't know that spell.
Well,
Sorry.
potentially the people coming from the clerics that are coming perhaps may have it.
Perhaps you should keep an eye into the abyss and not fire at anything, but if something starts coming up, back up, let us know, and we'll try to ambush it. And we
Alright.
hold here until the temple arrives.
I was wondering if maybe we could build some defenses. Although they are spiders, they just climb over walls.
One thing is certain, we should alert the temple as soon as possible. Since at this moment I need to cure those who have been wounded, I shall make my way back into town and alert the temple. I feel that is the best decision right now.
Is Darius okay? He took a big slap from the spider thingy.
Darius will be fine. Do not worry about Darius.
Ruby is then going to look at Johanna and just out of mild curiosity ask her, could you shape reality to make this closed? Just out of curiosity?
I need a dice.
Just to see if a Johanna has that kind of power. When she changed the staff to be more her, could she change the ground to be more her?
Okay.
Hey, little girl,
trying to work out.
become God.
So,
What do you mean, become?
not, on one of my favorite dice, I just rolled this.
And suddenly it gets wider. No, 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 no!
That's a natural 20, and I'll send that photo later.
Oh boy.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though?
Johanna approaches the chasm, and I have been given a copy. Thank you. Johanna approaches the chasm, and she plants the staff at the edge as the mouth area begins to ripple and breathe. And you can see her close her eyes, and I need you all to roll a dexterity saving throw. As the entire ground of the barn begins to tremble.
Yes! Zep! Let's go for a tumble!
Heck yeah, natural 1.
Excuse me? We're in the middle of a situation right now. This is not the time.
So 5, 6, 3.
Okay, that's... Yeah, so
Ruby has a Wilhelm scream as she falls in.
the earth around the gaping hole begins to crumble in and fill, but with it, the barn around it, destabilizing as the earth shifts, also begins to collapse. Anyone who rolled less than a 10 takes 14 points of bludgeoning damage as various parts of like wooden beams and just parts of this barn begin to collapse in on you as the ground continues to shift and shake. Johanna looks completely unaffected as Zedaar, you notice this with your high natural perception. As you shield yourself with your shield from falling debris, you look at her and you see that the ground, whilst the ground underneath her is going into the hole, she is levitated slightly above it, as if held in stasis above the ground. And the gap begins to fill. But the barn is now collapsing. What are you guys doing?
Falling, apparently, doing a tumble. Ruby's getting up, and for lack of a better expression, her eyes are just, trying to comprehend. Gee, holy crap!
All later. Zedaar's going to pick up the nearest person who's clearly not on their feet right now and just pull them out of the barn.
I would say you could easily grab Zep or Ruby.
You'd probably pick up Ruby knowing that Braun would save Zep immediately.
Yeah, and I will reach out for Braun myself, grab him around the ankle with one hand, and then fumble in my back for another one, pulling out a small little device with a strange-looking nozzle. And then I will spray this nozzle at Braun, and he will suddenly grow larger. And I'll say, hold up the roof!
Okay. I'm guessing that's in large person or in large creature?
Yeah. Yep.
Lovely. As you see Braun growing to a much larger than size, an iron giant, if you will, and it begins to hold what is left of the roofing panels above him. as you clamber up onto the now enlarged throne that is on Braun's shoulder. Valmir,
Lazy boy.
what are you doing?
Suddenly Superman.
I was by the hole and I rolled pretty well, so I'd say I'd be keeping an eye on Johanna, and sort of like trying to not fall in the hole, but sticking around where I am.
Okay, so just to clarify, you've avoided the falling debris of the collapsing bomb, but the ground below you is slowly being pushed towards the hole. So staying stationary isn't really going to help.
Backing up while not moving. If
okay, so you're like Travelator?
Pretty much.
Cool. Like treadmill running. Okay,
yeah.
Got it. I'll allow that. Darius, what are you doing as you're being
I think
pummeled?
I'm dying.
Are you down?
No, I'm not down, but I think I'm gonna fall because that was a pretty crap roll. So,
if I see him, do I see Darius unconscious?
Darius isn't unconscious, but you just saw
I'm
him
not
get
unconscious. I
basically
just took,
a support beam, just Ewok versus the ATST, just into Darius's side. You heard the audible crack of ribs. And Darius is trying to pick himself up as the loose ground beneath him is funneled towards the chasm.
Can I help him?
How would you like to help him? Give me any more.
I have my glaive. Can I like stab the glaive into the ground, like in front of him, so he's got something to grab onto?
Sure. Darius, feel free to make a dex check or acrobatics check to try and grab that glaive as you are funneled towards the
because I'm poisoned still. I according
cast
to the game
on you.
Okay, then Midge needs to take that away then.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
That was one of the last things we did. I cast Lust Restoration on you to cure you of the poison. So we didn't
Is
have to
Zedaar
deal
actually
with
here? Or did you go to the temple?
I said I was going to, but I guess I never actually left, so...
Zedaar was kind of at the door when this all kind of unfolded. And Ruby went, Johanna, destroy the hole.
I walks at the door and closes behind him, and all of a sudden just... He just turns around the bar, it's half closed in.
There's no door. or there is just a door. Yeah, there's no...
In Ruby's defense, she asked if she could, not could she.
Yeah.
You have to be really careful when
I will
closing
remind you
doors.
that this girl learned common last week.
Yeah. It hasn't been going great.
This has never happened before.
So, dex check, you said? Dex save?
A dex or acrobatics check to try and grab this. Not a save. Saves will come after.
Well, it's the same either way. So.
Well, okay. Okay, you can grab onto this glaive, which will definitely help you in the coming thing. But the time it is rolling, Braun has advantage on this check. Darius, you also have advantage on this check, but I all need you again to make a dexterity saving throw as the ground begins to flow faster towards this hole as an almost avalanche of earth begins to happen from beneath the barn.
Say advantage?
Now on Braun.
Yeah, advantage on Braun and advantage on Darius, because Darius is holding on to something. Braun is massive and weighty, so that is why he's getting advantage here.
Okay.
Does Zep still need to roll because he is on
No,
Braun's shoulder?
no, you're on Braun, so you do not need to roll. This is for the ground beneath.
17.
Okay. You're still kind of now doing this Valmir treadmill. Although Ruby, I need a roll. Oh no, you've been picked up by Zedaar.
Yeah.
Okay. Zedaar. Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll be fine for this one. As the ground is slowly like being funneled in, you're all now in this idle treadmilling state as the ground begins to fold in. Also, the Braun turns to you, Zip. Turns to you. Zip. I'm trying to do enlarged Braun voice. I do not think this will hold much longer. As more and more of the barn begins to break down, as the ground foundations of it are being sucked towards the fissure.
Quick, everyone do the Star Trek shaky cam. Braun, shield Johanna!
Yeah, ignore the... Oh. Okay, so here's the question. 2 questions, very, very important. Number 1, how big's the blunderbuss right now?
Oh my god.
It would have enlarged with him.
It's a 120 millimeter.
Excellent.
It would have been Yeah, that's about it's probably about the size of a small cast iron cannon right now. Yeah.
So I'm actually gonna
1d4
fire
more
the
damage.
blunderbuss at the roof to try and shatter as much over her as possible.
Oh my god. This is gonna be
Okay.
great. I love this.
Okay.
Yay!
And you kill a small field
Give
of
me-
cows
give me an
several
attack
miles
roll.
away.
And
least it
the
wasn't
damage
Ruby who burned it
and the
This
damage
has
will
this-
do whatever double the dice damage is. So roll it as a crit, essentially.
This has the same energy as that general from the Chernobyl miniseries, where it's like, why don't we just shoot the nuclear material off the roof? Because that'll work, right? We have cannons. It's the same energy. I love it.
I mean, I
Congratulations, you've just invented artillery.
Yeah, this is great.
you know, I'm gonna go all in with this one.
Yeah.
Get ready for this. This is gonna be fun.
We either get out of this or we get a new zone to play in. We get sucked in.
All right, here's the attack roll. That's a 14.
Okay.
Oh,
that
that's
hits,
aiming
that
very
hits.
serious.
Oh yeah. Clear your you might want to clear your targets, otherwise you are about to crit Darius, which could
How
prove
do you
fatal.
even clear when we're not in combat?
So
Darius, whoosh,
If you-
as the artillery shell goes past you.
because it's Darius you're targeting, if you go, you can open up the combat tracker at any time and control click a character on the combat tracker, and that will work the same as selecting or unselecting. So Zet, you're
Top 10
currently
anime betrayals.
selecting yourself and Darius.
Yeah, but how do you unselect?
So
You do the same again.
yeah.
You control click me and it'll
okay.
get rid. There you go.
So I was just trying to click on something blank on the map to get rid of it, and it wasn't doing anything.
No, you click the same person.
Okay.
Yes, so shift click your damage to crit it.
I am also
Right?
the barrel of the blunderbuss is gonna glow red as I do this, and I'm gonna
Okay.
pump a branding smite into this.
Is that fire? You setting fire
Yeah.
to the barn too?
No, it's radiant damage actually. So I'm basically
radiant.
Oh,
melting
okay.
this thing.
It's radiant.
Radiation.
So this is a scatter shot weapon essentially. Yeah, this is a needler from Halo. Is what's
Are
okay.
you saying it's an autocannon needler? The
Hang on,
thing's firing
that's-
meter-long needles?
That's the blunderbuss damage itself. Now,
Is it regular damage for the branding smite, or is that increased too?
yeah, no, that increases too. I would assume.
I don't think it gets. I don't think it's vulnerable to radiant because I don't think it's an evil bar.
True. Oh no, that's true. It, would
It
be the
is,
same.
however, vulnerable to cannon-sized blunderbuss.
This is a roof
yeah,
though,
this-
so
Is this considered a siege weapon at this point? Does it get double damage?
Brawn has always been a siege weapon.
Okay, I don't know how this is working. I think I need to do the branding smite before I roll the damage.
Yes, it so smites work with you set the target to yourself, and then the next damage you do, it will go on top of automatically.
That
So
I
was,
wonder
I
how
think,
Paladin
120.
one works then, because that you can say after.
Ignore the last d6 when it rolls. The 6 that rolled off the table,
you can
ironically.
do it. You can do it after a hit. But
So
the thing
that is 18.
After hit before the damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So 24 plus 18, whatever that is, damage.
Okay, the roof is gone. So it's essentially is what you see is Brawn sort of bend slightly and then shot put the roof upwards, and then kind of in the turn, aim the blunderbuss corner where you are, and you fire it, and the roof explodes into a scatter of shards of wood and fiber all over the local field. Some of it begins to melt away in radiant, sparkling light. Others, unaffected by it, still shatter as shards of wood fly across the farm fields. And it's essentially fragmentation bombs the roof over the local farm fields. You hear some cries.
People several hundred miles to the west see the sky brighten for about an hour.
And with the lavender around as well, there's just this chaos of sparkling light, shards of heated wood, and the smell of cooked lavender. But you've asked Braun to go for the girl. He tries to grab...
No, I told him to shield her, not to go for her.
Oh, shield her. Okay.
And he should have an oversized shield now as well, because he does carry one.
Okay. So he then essentially bends over with the shield and creates a fortress around Johanna. The rest of you, luckily, by being at the eye of the hurricane, you do not get hit by the shards of the roof as it flies out. Other people may have been. You might perceive. But the barn is essentially decimated at this point, but the ground is slowly coming in. The ground being pulled towards the fissure as well has extended the area that the barn was on. It's now flowing into local nearby fields as more of the lavender plants get pulled in towards, and you hear the uprooting sound of mass foliage as the top layers of soil get essentially plowed in on themselves towards the fissure. What are you guys doing?
Staring in awe.
Much danger are Braun and I in right now? Because we're still fairly close to Johanna, right?
You're fine, and Braun is weighty enough that his legs are currently withstanding the earth. However, where you are kind of essentially slowly sinking with the fissure as it gets filled. Like, where it's like as more and more ground gets pulled in on it, you are getting slowly towards so like a funnel. You're at the bottom of a funnel that is slowly growing.
All right, once the funnel's up to like Braun's knees, I'll tell him to back off, because by then all the shrapnel should have settled. Okay.
So he's going to start trying to pull himself away. Give me a strength, an athletics check at advantage. The rest of you, what are you doing? Are you moving? What's going on? Are you running?
Zedaar is going to make his way in front of Johanna and just yell at her, "Stop!"
Okay.
That was my advantage.
Yeah, Braun starts pulling himself up, but Zedaar, I'm guessing you put down Ruby.
Yep, just
and you just you're gonna so the ground is now at probably about a 15-degree incline towards her, and she is like essentially levitating at this point above the gap. So you're gonna go towards her and shout stop, yes?
Yeah, if I need to crawl on top of Braun's shoulder to get like inner line of view, I'll do that too.
Okay. Give me a quick dex check.
Oh, this is where it goes poorly, and I just fall in. Absolutely. Oh no, I rolled.
No, you're fine. You see the matter at hand, and you slide down. You use the incline to get you down there quicker, and then with the momentum built, you kind of jump and grab onto the side of Braun as he starts to pull away, and you just kind of shoulder tap onto Johanna and shout stop, and this kind of semi-stasis that she'd brought herself in to pull from these powers kind of shakes away, and her levitation stops, but you manage to just grab her slightly. and also hold her as you, Braun, Zep, and now Johanna are pulled by Braun out of this funnel of ground. The pulling of ground stops, and for now you guys are safe, but the stability of the ground is very questionable. Zedaar, you look at Johanna and she is like sweating. And she kind of doesn't really know what's gone on, and she looks around shocked.
Let's get out of the barn.
What barn?
What barn?
Yeah, get us to safety, Braun. Pull us away from the ground here.
Yeah, I understand.
Is he Megatron now?
Bigger vocal
He's
box.
been enlarged. It's
Oh, okay.
the
Feel
Broad
like
is
you need some
huge
like
right
booming
now.
echo at this point.
The voice doesn't change, but there's definitely bass to it now.
Yeah. Very much so. Very, very much so. Yeah. Come on, sorry.
I just realized. Sorry, this is somewhat related, but I just realized we gave so much shit to Ruby before we came in here. Don't burn the barn down. Don't burn the barn down. And her action inadvertently led to the barn being destroyed to save us. So no matter what, she still technically led to the barn being destroyed. That's the funniest thing. Sorry, that's such.
I believe Darius has gone a little bit delusional from the
I have a
knock
bit
to the
of
head.
concussion right now. I got hit pretty hard in the head. I'm getting out a little bit. this support beam just came right at me.
Is the fisher gone?
No. It's smaller, like the main gap is smaller, but it's not gone.
Is it small enough so that a big fatty spider can't get through?
It looks to be.
Okay.
Just put it, cover over it.
I did say I could put a roof over it. It would be easier now. I realize
What
this is
makes
only
you think
temporary.
a roof is going to stop a spider that could spit acid?
I did not say it would. I said it would delay it.
Not for long.
I think Johanna should be able to continue her work.
Are you insane?
No. Realistic. Lose a barn, close a fissure in the world. Not a hard equation.
Why are we only using this as the option? Why don't we let professionals deal with this?
At the rate
Who
it
is
was throwing
professional
in
here?
the ground there, for all we know, it could have seeked to fill the entire portal. It could have sucked up this entire town.
We do not know how deep the fissure was, and if there was more space underneath that would need to be filled.
It looked pretty deep when I looked in.
But I am
We will
impressed
alert-
by your power here, Johanna. Were you
She is-
aware of what you were doing?
She is unresponsive to any of you. She is like full state of shock right now.
Ruby, you should probably...
Yeah, Ruby's gonna start kind of over the shoulder, hold her up, and start carrying her back to the cart. I got her.
When I looked in the fissure, could I see the end of it?
No. You just saw sort of like an overhang, and then something burst out of the wall of the side, like of the dirt, of the breathing earth. You didn't see the bottom.
Yeah, this hole is incredibly deep. My dark vision goes significantly further than all of you, but I still could not see the end. It probably could have swallowed the entire town. We need a different solution.
Sweet, what wasn't one of us going back to the? Sorry, I hit pretty hard.
No.
Going back to.
I was going to
Claire.
alert the town, and then this happened before we were given the chance to do that.
What? Okay, all right. Why would
I'm
do
going
that?
to do that now. I am not going
Yeah.
to carry any longer. I leave at this point.
Okay.
Not waiting any longer.
You're going back to
I'm-
the main town.
He's
I'm
gonna head
gonna-
to the farmhouse first and do what he can to heal the sick. Because I have some spells left, and I'm very quickly just gonna cast a bunch of less restorations on as many. I got 3 spells left.
Okay,
I can
you
do
can
that
hit
with.
3 of the farmhands. You also find at the farmhouse a couple of extra farmhands that have been sort of hit by it seems like shrapnel.
I will use channel
as-
divinity to heal them up as well. Preserving
Okay,
life on that.
if they weren't in danger, it seems like they had kind of foolishly come to watch the adventurers at work, and maybe been scarred a little bit for it. But you clean them up, and they're absolutely fine as well.
No one go near the what is left of the barn. I have to go into town and alert the temple. This place is, as of the moment, dangerous. Don't let anyone else come near the fields.
Okay. The ones that you use the lesser restoration on as well, the infection like completely begins to fade and leave their body, almost dripping out onto the floor into an ichor ooze before then burning up in divine light. And the malformations left by the poison seems to begin to heal and look to normal once more.
Bahamut has treated you well. Be thankful.
You did good,
Good heads up.
Johanna. You did very good. Just holding her as she's carrying her back home. Or to the cart,
Johanna
anyway.
at this point is just like inconsolably crying. Just I don't understand. I tried something and then next thing I know is Zedaar is next to me and the barn is gone.
It's okay. It's okay. You did good, child.
It doesn't
proud of you.
feel like it.
Some people don't understand measures that need to be taken to save lives. You did fine.
What are the rest of you doing? Zep, Braun, Valmir, Darius. Are you just guarding the hole?
Yeah, does it look like a huge crater or?
So have you ever seen? Well, yes, like a huge crater with a hole at the bottom, essentially. Have you ever seen like a sinkhole in a sand dune?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Sarlacc pit.
Sarlacc pit is a great example. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on the edge.
Not quite that deep. It's not like meteor crater deep because it's just the suck ground. It's like probably about a 15-degree incline down. But it's the size of where the barn was and then some.
I'm just sitting on the edge, watching the hole.
So we're looking at like a 60-foot radius circle.
I imagine the clerics are going to want to be able to look in when they arrive. So I am going to start rigging up some kind of pulley system so that people can be harnessed and then can get closer to the edge so they can see in without falling in.
Would
Only
my
there was
mage
a
hand
roof
be
to
able to
hang
help
it
with
from.
that?
The roof was destroyed anyway.
Would my mage hand be any help with that?
How are you trying to implement the mage hand?
I know if he's having to bring a rope from one side of the crater to the other, like the mage hand could like carry the rope over or whatever.
I mean, yeah. If
I
you
wasn't
wanted
even
keep
planning
it
to do
away.
that. It was basically just a climbing harness that I was going to attach to something solid. Then they can just backpedal.
How
As long
long
as they're
is-
connected to a rope, we can pull them out.
How long does a large person last?
1 minute, so it's almost
Okay,
certainly
so
gone.
yeah, it's okay, it's gone.
I was checking that because otherwise we could have carried Zedaar into town.
Just
You probably still could.
Zedaar, you enter the town, and it's you kind of get to the town gate, the one that you exited from, when you actually come across what seem to be a group of clerics. These aren't dressed as like ecclesiastical agents. One of them seems to be, in fact, no, sorry, one is dressed as an ecclesiastical agent. The others just seem to be clerics, and you get the vibe that they are healers more than anything.
Zedaar would approach them first. You were alerted to go to the town farm, yes?
One of them, the one that is dressed as an agent, steps forward and says, "Yes, we were heading to the Robertson Lavender farm."
Who do I talk to about sealing a fissure in the ground?
A fissure in the ground?
Yes. The creatures at the farm were coming out of this abominable, abyssal, infernal, demonic, I can't even think of the word to describe it, fissure. It was attempted to be sealed, but I imagine it is still there. It is still intact.
Okay,
Someone has to fix it.
Yeah, no, okay. I follow you there, sir. Okay, this is a little bit above my pay grade, and I also don't think we should be talking about this in public. We'll go to the temple, myself and you will go very quickly. Are there any sick still there? Do we still need the healers, or are we going to
Yes, there are 2 that are still sick.
Okay, Thurstan, you take the rest to the farm, and double time it at that. I'm going to go back to the temple with, sorry, what was your name?
Zedaar.
With Zedaar here. Go! And he's like, come on. This gentleman then starts essentially taking off double pace towards the temple. And
it's a fissure in the ground. Monsters are coming out. They're all dead. Let to see it.
You head back to the Barmby temple, the glass domed, and you actually go round the back towards the hospital wing, which has a secondary entrance, and he follows you through and says, you overhear him, the agent, interrupt a conversation. He goes, I'm gonna need to speak to Special Agent in charge, Tillman, and we're also gonna need the High Priest. Maybe even contact the Bishop. He says, "What are you talking about, Unlef? Just do it. This man here will inform you of the rest, but there is something bad going on over at the old Robertson farm." And these others just look confused, but see the panic in the agent's eyes and just sprint to various sections of the temple. And he goes, "Please come this way. We'll meet in the probably in the High Priest's office. Come."
Zedaar is apparently following along for the ride at this point.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can.
No, he is. He wants to. He wants to see this through.
And you go, and you are. It's a very classic office. It's more in line of what you would expect a high priest's office to be. It's got books of scripture, a desk, seems to be a private altar as well, and a place to prepare sermons. It seems that this person is more of a religious than judicial head here, but they also seem to have some like codex of law and other implements in the area. But this seems to be more of a private workspace than anything. Lambert, just as a heads up, I can hear your mouse clicks right now, pretty heavily, which I haven't been able to before. Just letting you know there. And the room is empty for now. There's an incense burning in the corner as well, in a burner. And then eventually these 4 individuals appear. You see a grey robed, gold gilded gentleman, but has a second line of gild around the hood of the robe. And they introduce themselves instantly as Special Agent Tillman. You're the one talking about the Fisher, yes? And also this gentleman enters who seems to be a high priest, and they seem to have raiments that they have like on the hood of their raiment they have each of the individual holy symbols of the various gods of the pantheon of this area, with the king that never was his symbol in the center. And they seem to be quite quiet and pensive and go straight to their bookshelf, kind of ignoring the ongoing conversation. And then the other two seem to be lesser agents.
I am, yes. I was investigating a mission with my adventuring company. We were tasked with killing arachnids that turned out to be far more than your everyday arachnids. They seem to be some form of unholy abomination taking the appearance of arachnids. After we dealt with them, we turned to find that there was this strange portal in the back of a barn that was connected to some far-flung horrible place. Unfortunately, by the time I had left, the barn had started to collapse in on itself, and the portal was drawing in portions of the earth, like a fissure. Or I should say a sand trap in that regard.
Give me a deception check with advantage, because these people weren't here. Just for the sake of brevity here.
Advantage, yes. Sorry, gotta click advantage first. Wow. I'll take a 18.
Okay, yeah. Well, we of course we heard of the arachnid problem, but we thought it'd be giant spiders. It's on the backlog of things for us to check out ourselves, but you say a fissure to an unknown hellscape? And
yes,
this was causing this sickness?
Well, the creatures that were coming out of it were causing the sickness. It was spawning them.
Okay. High Priest, I'm going to take a task force of agents and paladins to the farm and set up a perimeter. Can you think of any way to, if this is as, our Bahamutian friend here.
Zedaar.
Zedaar, thank you. If it is as Zedaar says, and it is a portal, can you think of a way to close it? Do we have the magic in town to do such, or? And the High Priest closes his book and he goes, well, I will have to contact the bishop. Hopefully their magic might be able to close such a thing. I will contact the bishop and meet you there. But yes, Tillman, go and make sure none of these so-called abominations make it out of the ground once more. This music is way too jolly. Apologies.
We're off to stop the hellscape. Yes, we are.
And we, kind of with a nod and says, Tillman says, thank you. Please, either join us or we will meet you at the farm again. I'm sure there will be further questions.
I will do what I can.
Ruby's gonna start going back to the party, but before she leaves Johanna, she's going to say, under no circumstances can you tell anybody that it was you who did the fissure. Do you understand?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. 18.
Okay. She kind of silently nods and, like, curls up in her bedroll.
I'll be back.
rest of
She's
you.
gonna return to the barn's crater.
The rest of you across the crater. Zep, you have set up a harness system, so to speak. The rest of you are guarding, and nothing has appeared from the crater. Ruby eventually turns up again. Is there anything you guys particularly wanted to do?
Everyone. It is very likely that Johanna's actions are going to cause scrutiny to fall upon this group. They cannot find out that it was her. Blame it on the Fisher, if we can, or blame it on me if they need a target, but they cannot find out about her. Understood?
I think it would be better to blame it on me. I already have a bit of a reputation for blowing things up.
No, the Fisher, the barn. I don't think they're going to be that upset about losing the barn, considering what's going on. But they cannot find out about Johanna. That is the big thing takeaway here.
The hole in the
Yes,
ground
I
was
agree.
here before any of us, and we killed the monsters that were in the barn, and retribution, the hole kind of ate the barn and a little bit of the field. I see no reason not to blame it on the Fisher.
Yeah, and I think it is quite reasonable if we say we tried to close it, and then if they say who, we say Ruby.
Yeah. Fire magic
Just-
could cause cave-ins or something.
Yeah. I am going to continue making some kind of defenses. I am uncomfortable just standing here talking. And I'm going to start ringing the hole in, like, spiked logs.
Okay. From shrapnel from the barn? Yeah, you can definitely do that. Yep, that's
There's
absolutely
plenty of it.
Darius, what are you
Well,
doing?
at least they have a trash can for when they need to clean up.
The new village dump.
The
Nothing
acid
really.
spider's like,
just-
oh, hey, they're feeding me all the time. This
just
is
kinda-
great.
Just kind of waiting to see what's happening. Probably working off that concussion. Got me to half health, one hit. So, yeah, it's probably probably just sitting down. Maybe a nap.
Okay.
I've done my
About-
job today.
About 20 minutes pass, and eventually you see entering the farm, or into the farm fields, Zedaar, flanked by what seems to be about 10 heavily armored individuals, and then like a further 20 of these ecclesiastical agents that you've noticed before. Zedaar looking fairly comfortable, but still a little out of place compared to the large group. The armored individuals begin like sort of ushering civilians out, getting the medics that arrived before, and actually ferrying the farmhands, and they're knocking on the doors of the farmhouses and clearing the buildings, and then a few of them start setting up heavy crossbows and standing crossbows at the defenses that Zep has set up. Agents then start questioning various people, some of them coming up to you guys, saying, oh, you're part of the mercenary group, okay, and then going on and then trying to like talk to people, get interviews, and some of them are like, now like you see them with wands that are like ever so slightly causing like gusts of wind, and then moving like some of the lavender and like scanning the fields and doing a search, and the Zedaar and Tillman, the special agent in charge, come up to us. So, wrong voice. So this is the location, Mr. Zedaar, and these, I take it, are your mercenaries.
Adventurers, yes. You can tell where the Fisher was primarily due to the... And he'll just going to gesture down towards the large, like, funnel.
Mm-hmm.
It's been funneling, filling in there.
Mm-hmm. Those of you that have been here for a while now, The fissure seems to have stopped absorbing the land.
Muted.
The ground is still unstable, but it seems to have stopped, yes.
If you would like to get a better look, I have set up a harness so you will not get swallowed yourself.
He looks, he nods and he like attaches the harness and begins to walk towards the fissure. And you see the man lift up his holy symbol and a small light, a light forms at the end of it as he moves towards the fissure. And then he shakes his holy symbol and that light turns into a globule of light, which then floats down and sinks into the hole. And he just looks down for a while. And he begins to pull himself back up using the harness. Okay, we're taking the scene. A special agent in charge, I'm going to need you, adventurers to stand back now. This is securely a tithe scene. Please vacate the property. Should we have any more questions for you, please wait at the farmhouse for one of my agents to clear you.
Okay.
I render any additional services with fortifying. I am a trained engineer.
What you've done now will suffice. We need this to be completely an in-house job now. But thank you for your offer.
As you wish.
And then he seems to gather. He seems to like shake his holy symbol, speak into it like under his breath, and a load of the other tithe agents appear around and begin to start doing some what seem to be protective enchantments surrounding the hole as a group. You are gathered to. Oh, no, go.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you gather towards the farmhouse.
I'll take a short rest because I took some damage too.
You can take a short rest. Definitely.
Well, it looks like we have managed to contain the situation for now. Or at least we have turned it over to someone who will attempt to. I will be honest. In the time that I was at the temple and watching how they are responding, this did not seem to be something that they were familiar with. This is not something they have clearly heard of in some time.
If people are injured, I will patch up people to help avoid using their hit dice too, just because no, you know what, they're fine. Doesn't seem like anybody's taking a little beating.
They did not seem overly confident in their ability to permanently seal it.
I'm not sure of our ability to do it that either.
This is something
I would go with
I
us
would
not
like
having
to
that
do some
ability.
research on. I want to learn more about what this is and where exactly it is coming from. I would love to also know when was the last time this happened.
Does the temple have a library?
It does, yes.
We could go to the library at the temple if we are allowed access and do some research. It is not something I myself know.
Forms.
I think it is something that I could persuade now, yes.
I have spent many years in the university. Research is one thing I can do.
We will rest up first and then we will head out. Keep an eye on the things to make sure it does not immediately escalate.
Take our
We'll
hour for a
stay
short
at,
rest and then we'll move on.
Anyone with a passive perception above a 15, give me a perception check.
Perception check.
Where you see your up there? No.
Of course. I'm rolling good all day long until it's time to roll perception.
17.
Braun notices, while you guys are resting and recovering and taking the a breather from the fight that you've just exerted yourself in. He notices about 10 minutes into your rest a flash of light near the edge of the farm, and past the farmhouse walk a very highly regaled individual, white robe with a red hooded bonnet, gilded, older gentleman, who begins walking, hands in that classic sort of pensive hand movement, walking gracefully towards the whole site.
That is the bishop, I have to assume.
You would assume so, yes.
They are bringing in more firepower and knowledge.
From what was mentioned at the temple, he is the most powerful divine figure here in this town. If he cannot do it, they will have to call on outside help.
Eventually, an agent approaches the house towards you. He goes, "Adventurers, the bishop would like to speak to you."
Very well, we will be there in a moment. Thank you.
Zedaar will get up and start making his way over.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
As will Ruby.
Okay.
Yep. Same.
As you approach the hall, you see that a number of pop-up tents have been erected. There is tables, maps, like a full-blown planning. There seems to be a hive of activity. Even more tithe agents are around. There is like a couple of horse and carts have been pulled up from one of the back entrances to the farm, and there is a lot of people staged here. A lot more armored individuals and armed individuals, as well as these basic agents. The bishop seems to be at a table, flanked by two very heavily armored individuals in full plate, as well, who seem to be dressed with like a mitre built into their armor and a faint glow behind the visor, so that you can't even see the race or the wearer of the armor. And the bishop looks up and he goes, "Are you the adventurer? The name of your company?"
We are the Skyfire Adventuring Company, yes.
He looks to his right to an assistant, who then, on a crystal ball, kind of does a hand motion, which the ball turns with, and goes, "Skyfire Adventuring Company, established in Braston 2 days ago."
We are new.
Well, it seems, according to this, your first official mission was with the tithe, and now your second official mission is with the tithe, and in conglomeration with the church. I guess I can trust you will handle this. We have a situation here in which something in which we are going to need your absolute compliance. In what we seem to have here is unheard of, well, outside of historical documents. How familiar are any of you with the days before the first day?
That's a question for the DM.
Yeah.
Is it a history? Is it a religion? Is it a regional thing?
I will allow a history or religion check on this.
I imagine I'm gonna use religion because obviously
I'm not trained in it. Can I still do it?
I'll allow it. I will allow it.
Zedaar paid attention in religion school.
Zep most certainly did not.
Oh,
Which is entirely in keeping.
I'm proficient in history.
Oh, missed. Okay.
The reason I didn't take history, I was like, nah, he didn't really like school.
Valmir and Ruby, you kind of the first day rings a little bit to you. The first day is essentially in its full is known as the first green and pleasant day, which is the first day in the calendared history post the time of essentially the divinity. It is the first day where the mortal creatures of the world were left to build their own lives and choose their own destinies without the direct involvement of gods within this plane. It's a bit of an amorphous day, but it's essentially the first day that the first year that the calendar starts. And the length of time that day actually was is kind of depending on what philosophers you go for. But Zedaar, with your religion check, you get the idea that the bishop is inferring that this is something that has only been storied in either religious texts or almost prehistory. It is this is a nigh on mythological thing to have happened, and that there is some semblance to the divine, and with his linking of that, you recognize that as part of the first green pleasant day and the gods essentially being evicted from this plane, it was let that only mortals were allowed to plenty travel. Divine sources or the undivine sources, those from the stellar chaos and the celestial dominions, could not enter this plane without being brought forth by a mortal, or likewise only a mortal could create a demiplane within this plane that you exist in. So is what the bishop is saying, you divulge, is that a rift in the ground that seems to go to a different plane of existence is either something created by a mortal creature in some sort of dark magic, or, and this is what the bishop thinks, this is something that's happened for the first time since the first day.
Vaguely familiar.
I see. That was something that I was hoping to read about myself. Interesting.
Does anything in the historical text tell us how to close these things?
We need the second day.
Well, in most religious articles, there has been various ways of destroying such a fissure, sacrifices, both of livestock, grain, cattle. Some people have built walls and building to try and keep the fissures closed and render them inert. Others, divine magic. I would assume myself, in accordance with modern arcana, that perhaps a strong enough dispelling could close it if it is a portal. However, if it is a natural fissure, a ritual of far more powerful protective enchantments may need to occur.
Yes, that was mentioned.
Can't get my accent right.
So I guess the question that we have to ask ourselves now is, how long is it going to take, and what exactly do you need us for?
Well, we will have the resources, we think, to close this ourselves. What we need from you is your obedience and silence in this matter. We cannot have the wider population learning of such an artifact of prehistory. It would only draw denizens of cult and irreligion to it as a nigh on holy site. I'd rather keep this on a need-to-know basis. You will be paid for your work and your initial silence. I have learnt that you were hired for a rather meager fee. The tithe are willing to up that without the needing of paying a tithe to us for your goodwill and fair level-headed mindedness on this.
And what of the farmers that live here? You can guarantee their safety also? You're not going to silence them?
They will be housed at the temple until we can find better accommodation for them. This land is now church property.
Sounds like a fair arrangement to me, but my compatriots might have a differing opinion. Do we think that our silence here is worth not having to pay tithe to the Rhenanian Empire anymore?
Anymore?
Now, is this just for?
That.
Yeah, is this just for this one time, or is this all business ventures in the future with this business entity, or is this all business entities I'm associated with? Because all of that will affect my decision here.
This is for this job. If we were to stop tithing you
is
for
it
the
though?
if we were to stop tithing you for the entirety of everything, that would just rouse suspicion.
But who would
it
know?
though? Who would see those documents? You sharing them with somebody?
What documents?
Yeah.
I would rather agree to this with a caveat that the minds and memories of the farmers are to remain untouched.
That is not something we can agree upon. I'm afraid the chilling reality of this situation is already a forgotten story to them.
Ruby's eyes narrow real badly at that one. Something clearly just upset her.
It is for their own good and safety.
Then perhaps let me present an alternative. We will keep our secrets that you don't have to worry about. Since you cannot waive the tithe, apparently that would draw too much suspicion. Fair enough.
It hasn't been proven. That's the assertion that he hasn't
Interesting
proven.
as working officially under the church's doctrine. We have already done 2 jobs for you, and you said it yourself that it seems like we have done a lot of work for the tithe. What if we were to be treated as preferential mercenaries, as the work we have done for your organization, waiving jobs that we have done for you, and decreasing the tithe we have to pay for other jobs? Does that seem fair to you?
He thinks for a moment.
And in turn, if you need us to do work like this in the future, we'll be ready to be called on. It will not look suspicious at all.
Simpkins, add them to the red list. You have a deal.
I love
love how Zedaar is trying to do well. It's just making Darius's life hell.
Well, Ruby's pissed off too. That she's practically there's steam coming out of her ears. She's so pissed.
Joffre, bring them the chest, and you are presented with a chest of 1,000 gold pieces in trade bars. And this is without tithe.
Is it worth our soul, Zedaar? Is that what it is? Is 1,000 worth our soul?
We're working for the church. This is expanding our souls in Zedaar's eyes.
Yeah, until you find out they're fucking Asmodeus.
I pointed out Zedaar's flaw to you all a long time ago.
Yeah, no, I remember it.
You have to stop him for talking to them if you don't want this to happen.
Gonna find, yeah.
You have to stop me before I deal again.
Zedaar's flaw is he trusts people in religious seats of power.
These guys are straight lawful evil, though. Holy shit. Got a good character's getting angry at this.
It's a source of ongoing employment.
Well, hey, they
It's
read
okay
their
with
holy
it.
books. They've got to be nice.
Sponsored by the Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh, no.
I've seen worse gods.
Anyway, you are presented with a chest full of trade bars, and 2 paladins
blood
begin
money.
to usher you out of the farm.
Hey, what about the lavender?
I think this was instead of the lavender.
Oh, I like lavender.
They're not going to be harvesting it.
You can by all means probably give me a sleight of hand check, Valmir. If you
I
want.
wasn't gonna steal it. I was just talking about.
Valmir just shoveling it into a bag as we leave.
You get the mage hand to just pick a few.
At this point, imagine the lavender's just kind of spread around like blossom at this point.
Oh yeah, there's lavender everywhere. But Valmir, just give me a.
All right. That's there. No, it isn't. Where is that? Oh, I missed. $19.
Your mage hand, because you didn't dispel it, has managed to get like a lavender plant that has been uprooted, or part of one, and it's just kind of potted it like a Japanese peace lady, and is essentially you've got yourself a potted lavender plant.
Hey.
But the mage hand can only carry a certain amount, so it's just dragging it across the ground as it follows.
How heavy do you think a lavender plant is?
If it's
not
potted, the pot.
I mean, potted doesn't mean it's big. It could be like a tiny pot.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like it would fit on a desk.
Yeah, something you put like in your windowsill.
Okay.
But you guys are ushered towards your
Funnier if
caravan.
it was just dragging it slowly behind us as it went.
I will
Nobody noticed it or cared.
pass up
Just-
the furnace, and I guess we will leave.
Well, another failed mission, guys, that we somehow rolled into money with.
Yeah.
It's an investment to our future, and it means less taxes.
Nope. It means
At the cost of the freedom of the farmers, sure.
How heavy is the potted lavender plant? Just so I can add it to my inventory.
Like 2 pounds max.
Sweet.
You're essentially just that guy that has a cactus.
What about a wand of darkness? How heavy is that? Just to update me.
They don't. That doesn't have a like
Inconsequential.
weight to it. There's an inconsequential weight to it. It's a stick.
No. That's what it's got.
I like no.
I am not sure what they have done to the farmers, but I imagine they are just doing something to help them forget the horrible monstrosities that they have witnessed today, encountering the spiders, the horrible disease that they were racked with. It is surely not evil that would lead to this. This is a kindness to help them forget this suffering.
You know, that's worse, right?
You're misunderstanding intent with justice. They are not doing it to lessen the burdens of the farmers. They're doing it to keep a secret.
But does it not also help the farmers in the long run regardless?
Did the farmers ask to be having their memories wiped?
Do you think they were given the choice?
If they were,
Well, hey,
complacent
why
in it
don't we go
before.
ask? Oh, we can't because they don't know anymore.
You're right. I suppose that people acting without consideration of how others feel is something that we should really not allow.
As Zedaar just stares at Ruby. Stare at me with that all you want, dragon. But that was wrong.
It doesn't make you not wrong. That's the same thing. Like we're I mean, not necessarily, but we're at the same level of I dislike both of those actions that have just occurred at this point. So we're on neither camp right now.
At least they're not dead. I thought they would kill them.
I'll give it time.
True.
We
Their
need to
ability
move
make
on.
a choice was taken from them.
Choo-choo.
Okay, you begin to moving. You guys went out. This was happening at daytime, pretty much, wasn't it? I believe it was like morning when you got to the farm originally. It's probably late afternoon by this point, just because of all the happening that goes on, and the made to wait around, and the interviews, etc. But you begin going down the road. This is probably one of the longest stretches of the trade road before you hit another major city. It does not mean you are without settlement. There are, as you go along, this is still quite a inhabited part of the empire, but it's more with hamlets and smaller farming communities than anything major. And you begin progressing down the road towards compound. Is anyone trying to do anything particular for the journey? And also, what time are you thinking of stopping?
We typically stop around 8, 9 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Especially when we start out slow, late in the day.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Are you hoping, as a party, to do anything before you reach compound, or would you like to roll on?
There's
Okay.
nothing in particular for me, no.
Darius, anything from you?
How long did you say it would take us to get to compound?
I didn't.
You didn't?
But
Okay.
this is the longest piece of trade road yet.
Standard. Just my normal routine every day. Nothing.
Okay.
Don't shake anything up.
Zedaar is still trying to build a rapport with Darcy and hopefully train his animal handling a little better.
Absolutely.
And Zep is trying to learn a bit more about driving these things.
Okay. Valmir, anything from you in particular?
Nothing in particular, no.
Okay.
Trying to keep staying near Johanna, consoling her.
Okay. Darius, give me a D20 roll.
Who was that? You said
You, Darius.
Oh.
Just a flat D20 roll.
4.
Okay. Zedaar, give me 3 animal handling checks, and Zep, if you're doing anything to particularly speed the boiler, then no. But if you're helping Zedaar with the animal handling, Zedaar, you can take advantage.
First one was a 23. I'll re-roll second dice for the second one. 12 on the second one. We'll roll advantage on the third one. Hey, a 10.
Okay.
Moral of the story is apparently Zep makes this harder.
It's because he's bugging you with
So
questions.
the questions,
Yeah.
Why did you do this? What is the theory behind this? Why have you gone left instead of right?
Okay. This journey is probably going to take you about 4 days on the road. So mark down necessary provisions that you eat. or if you're living off tactical waffles, that's fine. But mark down the usage of the jams if you're bringing out the jams.
I'm gonna make a thing of this on, I guess, the second day, whatever the longest day that we have, because Darius bought this a bit ago. It's still good because it's made for this. He's going to cook up that salt pork and pork belly, and have just a big meal with that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Make that.
On the second day, Ruby, because you've been spending a lot of time with her, and to an extent Darius as well. Johanna seems very discontent with practicing both martial education, literary education, and arcanic education at this point. She questions your teachings a lot more with there's just a bit more of a resistance with her over these next few days.
They're muted. Is this typical teenager rebelliousness, or is this a source of discontentment within the events that have happened? Because if she's just being a teenager, then Ruby's just gonna sass her. But if she's so genuinely upset, then...
Give me an insight check.
Okay. $13.
Hard to say. Ruby kind of... She sees a lot of herself in Johanna and feels like that this could be just her starting to get a feel for her own might and her knowledge and hitting a bit of a rebellious streak because of it. Or it could just be she's a teenager and not very accustomed to life on the road, not to mention life as an adventurer. Or it could be something else entirely that she's not sure of.
Are you still beating yourself up, Joe?
I don't know what you mean.
What happened in... I want to say Bomby?
That's canon. That's canon. That's exactly how she says it too. Whatever happened in, I want to say,
at the barn. We'll go with that. Is that bothering you still?
It's fine.
Is it?
Master Braun, would you tell me that story about the Cartwright and the conflict again? And Braun Joanne turns to ignore you, and Braun kind of gives you a look.
She'll shake her head. Tell her there's an old story about a very old frog creature that used to live in a swamp. And always talked about failure being a great teacher. I think you should tell her that story.
I'm afraid I am unaware of this story, but I do know the one of the Cartwright, so I am going to tell that one. I do not like this.
Damn it.
Braun does have an intelligence of 3, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Is he literate?
Yeah.
With a 3
intelligence?
Yeah. I thought the threshold was like a 5 for literacy.
No, -3.
Are you sure?
Sorry, I was incorrect. It's 4.
He's got a 4.
4 is being able to speak a language. 6 is being able to read. If memory
So he
serves.
can't. So he
It's not so much
can't-
that Braun is stupid, though. He took a head wound, which is limiting him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So his base intelligence is 6, but the head one brings it down to 4.
Technically,
So
in fifth
the way he
edition, I don't
gambles,
think they
is he
actually
like the Rainmaker?
I don't think they actually have the defined. This is previous editions, but yes, that was previous editions. Current edition, there's no precedent for it. I don't think.
But yeah, he's still wisdomous. He's just not intelligent. Like.
Oh yeah.
Did you say wisdomous?
Yeah.
That's a
Wise.
I think I think that actually is a word. Wisdomous is.
Wisdomous is still a term. I'm
I
pretty
was-
sure.
think that's a term.
Wise.
I mean,
Isn't
wise
it-
is right, but I'm pretty sure wisdomous is.
I think that is. I've heard it enough, but it might be one of those things where it's just it's just like somebody
Well,
misused.
The
Yeah.
first
I mean,
thing
it
comes.
is-
The first thing that comes up is new word suggestion. So I don't know about it.
When
Wisdomous.
someone is
It's
more
good.
wise than a wise person.
Yeah.
No, it's not a. It's not a.
It's not a
word.
real word. Okay.
It's not a real
That
word.
tracks.
It is now. It is in
I
Shelts.
think looking
is
at this and
Shells,
seeing what
there you
came
go.
up, I think you just quoted Joey from Friends using that word. That's where you got that
Oh,
from.
That might
Oh,
be
it
it.
might. Now that you
Roughly the
say
same
that.
intelligence quotient. Then.
He says, "I am wisdomous."
Okay, it's
That is the fact that you are drawing from is Joey from Friends.
okay. Yeah. And since then, it's actually fallen into pretty common use, and it's actually on the waiting list for the Collins and the Oxford English Dictionary as possible words to be added. So, there we go.
But that doesn't
But
matter
it
because they
isn't.
also define literally as its misuse as well, which means so it doesn't matter anymore. I don't use them as a litmus test for.
Hey,
Joanna,
look,
when you're ready to talk, I'll be up above. I'll be available.
she ignores you.
Yeah. She's being a petulant child right now.
she's lacking a house to slam the door in your face.
She's just not very wisdomous.
Look,
She is
Tolkien gets to make
currently,
up words. Why can't I?
guys. She's gruntled.
All words are made up words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wisdomous is a literary term in this universe. Let's go with that.
Yeah, it's Schultz.
Yeah, we said this in Shelts.
Yeah, it's just.
It's like Schadenfreude. It makes sense in one language, just not in
Let's
another.
let the portals open up and swallow everything.
I wouldn't
journey
get too
continues.
upset. My father spent 6 months not talking to me when he was upset. So
I'm not upset with her.
no, but it's reversed. She's upset. So you get over it.
She's a child. I'm not upset about it. She'll get out of it.
Yep,
She'll talk when she's ready.
people always do.
I'm agreeing with Darius. What the hell is going on?
He's been
I
the
would like
voice
to
of
check
reason
the horizon to see if the world is ending.
today.
Give me a perception check.
No,
Zep.
but there's a strange dark spot in the sky. Yes,
Yes, a 13.
that's a better statement. That's not Ruby and Darius getting along. This Darius's concussion is really bad.
13. So as you
The only
crest
thing
the
that gets me is I
horizon-
just can't. Everything's just moving. So,
As you crest the horizon of the next hill, Zep, you do not see the world ending, but you do see a vast cityscape like one you haven't seen for a long time. This is a city larger than the capital of Shelts. This is a vast and brilliant city with various shanty towns and slums surrounding what seems to be walls of illustrious elven construction with spires and towers twisting into the horizon, a long flowing river flowing through it as you move towards the town of Compound, the vast city, the second capital of the Empire.
This is nothing compared to Ashen. It's so small and meager. Not that there's anything wrong with being small.
Party, you begin to move towards Compound. You see, it's a hodgepodge of architecture. You see Rhaenian thatch and clay brick, mud brick, and rough cut stone buildings intertwined with these beautiful marbled white stone walls with surrounding spires and towers of beautiful elven craft. There is no from the angle you're coming at, there doesn't seem to be like a castle here, but the walls are vast and surround a giant city of hundreds upon thousands, possibly even millions of people, as this hive of activity begins in front of you. And your wagon, for lack of a better term, rolls slowly towards the town.
I don't suppose anyone has ever been here before, have they?
I'm afraid not.
Darius,
No.
you definitely have. And in fact, your family have a outlet here.
What are you going to say? A compound here?
Well, that's
It's the
what we
compound
called it when I
compound.
was younger, but
Zedaar, did you divide up the gold from our previous?
It is all in the party fund. Nothing has been divided up. But if we wish to perform another deviance, what word am I using here? Common is so hard. If we wish to divide up more of it so each one has more spending money, that can be done.
Yes.
Division is the word you were
you've been
looking for.
speaking common constantly for weeks. I think it kind of would sink in.
Yeah, and I would like to see you still speaking Shelts after weeks. There would still be mistakes.
I know multiple languages. This is like new.
I guess.
Can we get a long rest, by the way?
Yes, of course.
6. I guess we can take out another 3,000 gold and give everyone else another 500 gold if they want.
I need that. Yes.
There was something I was going to do during the next long journey, which this was. One day I would remove 2 of my second level slots and get Arcane Lock, and then I would apply that to the hatch and to the back door.
Absolutely.
What's the password?
Huzzah. Do you have it passworded, or do you have it set where specifically the designation members of us open it? Because you can set Arcane Lock to open under different circumstances.
Designated us, and we probably should have a password just in case we need one. If someone else needs access in an emergency. In which case, it should be...
Or you could just set like a special knock or something.
How much
Peanut
money how much money are you taking out of the party funds?
Could it needs to
yeah,
be
we're gonna
something
take-
we can.
We're taking out 3,000, and that's going to give everybody 500. It's 3,000 split 6 ways is 500 each.
It should be something that's easily able to be remembered in a rapid situation. So maybe, oh God, please let me in. I forgot the password, or something like that. Just quickly.
Maybe only one word then.
Nope, not gonna remember that.
I would.
You're not the one that's probably gonna have to use this.
He's the one
Well,
setting it, though.
Yeah, you're the one setting. Well, I'm assuming this is a committee. This is our wagon. Technically.
Well, you know,
The problem
fair
with not
assumptions
making it
there.
something too common is the door just keep on popping open otherwise.
Yeah,
What
well,
about
I mean,
danger
it should,
close?
danger. Well, no, because that could be misconstrued. Maybe like
you
I
are
don't.
traveling with me.
What about the Schultz word for front and back?
We don't know. Not all of us know Shelts. Actually,
But
most
we'll
of us
know
don't
one
know any
word.
Shelts.
Yeah, but
what
we are
if
going
it
to
is
be going into,
lavender?
like, lavender.
That was
we
the
sell a
farm where-
lot of things in marketplaces.
I'm just thinking because that is a reminder of one of the more dangerous positions we have been in.
We could just call it Redberry, but I feel like that might alert people.
Excremental.
Is it a word or is it a phrase?
You can really dictate with Arcane Lock. It really depends on what the DM
Yeah,
wants you to play with.
So it could be lavender something, so if we do 2 words, then you're less likely to use it accidentally.
Lavender excremental.
I like the excremental. That's good.
I know
that's
you do.
good. That's
We said
good.
2 words, so we can use the one of our preference.
Let's use lavender excremental together. Lavender excremental.
We
We're
now have to say that every single time we want to open this door. I just want
No.
you to know.
It'll
Yep.
open automatically for us, but if anyone else wants to open it, they'd have to say lavender excremental.
Oh my god, that's what we have to tell
Thank you for
people.
explaining it to
Never
me.
mind.
Yep.
Never mind. We have to think of something else. We can't do that.
No, no.
We can't do that. That's the-
Set.
Maybe we just don't let anyone into the card unless we
Seth,
open the
don't
door
press
for
enter.
them.
Don't press enter.
What's done is done, party. What's done is done.
I'm gonna delete somebody. All right, you're going to see a massive war wagon that's being towed by Triceratops. If you need to get in, the password is lavender excremental.
Is
Lavender
that for the front
excremental.
or the back? Or both?
I think it's both. I
Both.
think it's a
Okay.
universal.
This
for
is
the-
only
I'm
in
not sure about
time
the
of
front.
emergency if we need someone to get in a hurry. Otherwise, we just let them in. Like, we don't want to be giving this willy-nilly away, because then they can always get in.
That wouldn't be very wisdomous.
Why don't we make the password Wisdomous?
Because that wouldn't be very wisdomous
Keep
either.
them coming up now.
That's as close as we can get to password being our password.
Conversation?
Lavender excremental. That works.
Hey, Midge, aren't you
Fine.
happy you're a GM? Huh?
Yeah. I'm very happy that your Triceratops pulled war wagon with the password lavender excremental is being pulled through my hardcraft 3-year in the works role playing world.
We're gonna ruin this world. It's what players do.
No, I love it. It's great. I'm all for it.
I tried, Midge. I tried.
Honestly, I prefer lavender excremental to wisdomous.
We gotta back it off. We gotta do wisdomous. We gotta
What
do
about
that.
if it's a wisdomous lavender excremental?
Wisdomous lavender.
Put that in your next campaign as a tavern. Welcome to
It's
the
a nice
wisdomous
smelling
lavender
excremental doing the thinking pose.
It does
That's
make
our
the
symbol.
excremental smell a little bit better because it's got lavender in it.
It's got lavender, yeah. Actually, funny
Anyway,
enough, my
moving on.
trash
Go into
bags
the
have
town, please.
lavender scent.
Can we
Yes.
just go into the
So-
town,
Moving
please?
on.
Well, the thing is, you're in the town for many miles before you even hit the walls. This place is vast. The external outer city is as big as some of the previous trade towns that you've been in. So you theorize that as the streets also get narrower, it could even take a day to cross this city because of the build-up of both traffic and people moving and people getting in the way. So what would you like to do at Compound?
I feel like if we are going to a stable here, we should try to find some place on the eastern side of town so it is easier to get out in the long run.
Do we have a map of this?
Both in-game and in the handouts, depending on where your preference is. You are looking for Compound.
It's not in the images. Not
Oh.
seeing it.
You do now.
It is a question mark.
You read the one.
It's just giant. That's the layout. Yeah. It takes time, Mitch. To load.
Okay, cool.
It loads
It's a
individual
compound
components.
mystery.
But yeah, if you're wondering, it's also in the Discord handouts section.
That's it.
Oh wait.
Old Town, Wall Sprawl, Eastway, Sunrise Road, Newcastle, Southgate, Kings Road, Northgate, and Cadbridge.
Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah.
So we probably want to be making our way to the Eastway district.
Did we come in through the King's Road?
you came in from. Well, no, the way you came in is actually from the Northgate district. Because of the angle at which you've come down from.
Okay. Pretty honking city.
Yes, I will direct us towards the east way. That seems the most reasonable place to try and stable our cart. From there, we can look for lodging nearby and explore the town at our leisure. I would hope we would not go too far apart, as this is a town we could easily get lost in and be separated for some time.
Okay. You head to the Eastgate district. And you do find there's plenty of places to stable. And it costs you. The average seems to be about a silver a night for stabling.
Do we want to see if we can find work in this town as well? Stay for a couple of days? I feel like if we were going to hide anywhere, this would be the best place for it.
It's not a bad idea, actually. There are a few things I would like to get done. It would be easier if we were stationary.
And this is the first town we've heard of that should have access to most of the stuff we need. Plus, with how big it is, it may take them more than one day to actually explore it and get an idea of what this place is like.
I have no objection.
Zedaar will rent this town. He'll rent the stable for 4 days.
Rent the town.
Yeah.
Rent the town.
Just gonna rent the entire town for a silver a day. Easy peasy.
That's 90 million gold a day.
But I get to tell everyone to leave for 4 days.
Do not come back. This is Zedaar's domain.
Zedaar builds a tower, just stands on the top of it. I'm a dragon now.
This is my horde. Okay.
That's gonna cause a meme. I could feel that now. That's a meme that is just gonna happen. 4 silver. Rent the stable for 4 days. And did we get in late, middle of the day, late of the day?
Towards the end of the day, I would say.
Well, should we find a tavern first, procure lodgings for the foreseeable future, and start fresh tomorrow?
I hear a cat.
Well, there's probably millions of them.
Not one of mine.
Well, if you turn around and look, Ruby, you'll see there's one sitting in a chair behind you.
There is. It's the cat.
I believe it was an orange one.
But it doesn't take you long to find a tavern. If you're not looking for one in particular, but if you're looking of a certain standard.
We should probably find one with a walled enclosure so we can keep the wagon in there.
Okay. So you found stabling that was for just the Triceratops, but you could leave the wagon there, or you could take the wagon, try and find one, a tavern that would take the wagon.
Whatever's easier. Whatever's secure.
Yeah, that's why I was picking the east way. It's like if we leave the wagon, we find stables, we can find a tavern nearby, so we're not too far away from the wagon itself.
If we're coming in from the north, then the east way is like through the center of like the city to get there.
I would imagine some of the stables have an inn attached.
Some do.
We could prioritize those. Sure.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep everything together where possible.
Okay. After some time, you do come across a coaching house, which is the tavern, and it is a small walled building, but it's multiple stories, and it seems to be of the main building seems to be of elven craftsmanship, which has then had various extra external buildings and added onto the compound of various architectural styles, and it seems to be called the Glorious Leader. and its swinging sign has like a very handsome female individual with a sword aloft, pointing towards a sun over a green meadow, with and a banner in her left hand.
I'll go in and start getting us situated, get a table, and find out what's going on. If you guys want to get the stables going. Ruby still looks kind of upset.
I will join you. I need a beer. It has been 4 days too long.
I need a beer as tall as you are, Zep.
If you just asked, I could have made you. Sorry. I could have made you beers on the road.
You can do this?
It is a food, is it not?
They would taste the same as the waffles we've been eating.
With no alcohol either.
It
Well,
would
no,
be-
alcohol would be a compound. It would be an alcohol. Still.
Could you get drunk off of create food and water? That's the thing.
I would
I
imagine
don't-
like a replicator or something.
I
Probably
don't.
not.
I don't think you could. I think
I
it
don't
would
think
be.
you could.
It would be like Beck's Blue.
So Zedaar would provide essentially tasteless near beer.
Ah! O'Doul's!
I was going to say Bud Light, but yeah, sure.
But like, yeah. Or many other tasteless beers.
There goes our Budweiser
Any
sponsorship.
American beer, really.
You said it.
I'm more of a cider person anyway.
I'm not sure.
I don't have a
I'm not
stake
sure
in
we could be
this.
sponsored by beers on Twitch anyway.
Yeah.
And what would you
Anyway.
want to be?
And while we're at it, Marlborough, shit, mate.
Both
Alright,
the
let's
place
go.
and the cigarettes.
Yeah, I will go and order a beer as big as myself, times 2.
You go in. You're greeted by an innkeep. She seems to be of half Orcan origin. Greetings. What can I get you?
I would like a beer as big as I am, twice.
Very well. And she begins to pour you the local brew.
How is it anyway?
128 ounce.
Pardon, sorry, Ruby.
So how is the beer anyway?
It is
I know
not-
you're obligated to say good, but
I will tell you in a minute.
It is not as good as my home, but they do pretty okay here.
is it, Zep, are we still able to sell the beer we have? Or are we going to keep it? Or do we? It's all gone.
Whiskey. Yeah, we still have some.
6
The
barrels
whiskey,
left.
whiskey, right, whiskey. Well, we do have some good whiskey for sale. If you're interested in such a thing.
I definitely might be, but I'll have to talk to my wife.
Okay. And
She-
to avoid
she
sounding the
tends to-
cliche, any good news around the Empire?
Because my wife tends to handle the books, you see. As for news, there is one or two things. We have seen that there has been some incidents at the border. In the Colors marshlands, the various groups stationed there have been a little bit antsy considering everything going on, and various groups have unfortunately dissolved into fighting. There was also an incident at a little known town of Birch in the also in the Cullis marshlands on the the border there. The temple was destroyed in some sort of freak attack.
Freak attack?
They don't know quite now. They suspect it was saboteurs from the Eldrin Empire, but it's very hush-hush, and nobody's really getting any clear answers out of it.
Anything out of Legrinsland?
No, that's not really. I hear the wall is still going up. That's about it for them.
Okay. Thank you. And she'll hand him a gold.
It's a her.
Oh, well, sorry. Hand her a gold.
And she takes it. That'll cover both your drinks and more so. Would you like change? I've got change.
No, we're probably going to be here for the night and maybe even a few days. How much for... Oh, what's that? What would we say? 5, 6 rooms?
I would definitely like my own. It will be noisy, perhaps.
5 or 6 rooms. Well, it's 2 silver per night per room. There's a single bedroom. We've actually got a lot of vacancies right now.
I'll tell you what, we need at least 7. Darius can decide how he would like the houses retained.
Ah! Suddenly, Zedaar.
I mean, I assume we had to come in to talk to them to do the stabling, so...
Sure.
Would you like a beer, Zedaar? They're as big as I am.
I will hold off on it for now, thank you.
Actually, we could probably just... There's usually openings in the compound. We could probably just stay there.
Too late. I am here already.
Yeah. Ruby's also, half in.
If you want to stay there, though. I would rather be near the wagon.
No offense to you, Darius, but it's a lot of Reynard in my life, and I think I could do with just one.
Oh, I wasn't going to invite you if I could get away with it, but it's okay.
Good lucky you then. I don't want to go. I'm also glad things are back to normal. I don't like agreeing with you.
Okay.
Agreed.
Darius and them will
Stop
be over there, then I suppose we can make do with 6 rooms. That should be 1 for each of us.
Yeah.
Well, they're 2 silver a night.
So 4 nights.
Zep, have you
Just
ever
no-
seen a sunset from
8.
high above anything?
Zep kind of looks at you as if you're joking.
Zedaar will give her 5 gold.
She's dead serious.
Yeah, of course. I am an airship designer.
Right. I don't know if you actually flew them.
Yeah, I have flown them many times.
Okay. I was gonna go find a tall building and go watch the sunset.
If you wish to have company, I would be happy to see it. I've missed the clouds.
Well, if you would like to fly while drunk. What can go wrong?
Even better. Are you able to do this? It is to my
Yes.
displeasure. I have not yet built an airship.
I can fly, yes.
And I'll join you.
Bring your beer. We'll be back.
Wait,
And Ruby
is a compound law, no open container. Okay.
And Ruby and Zep, or Ruby's gonna twin cast Zep, or twin cast Fly on herself and Zep, and they're going to go find a tall building to go watch the sunset.
Okay. You can do so. So that's Zep and Ruby going, yes?
Yeah.
I'm guessing after your beers, or you're taking the beers with you.
We're taking the beers with us.
Okay. Did you not want to speak the mic? Okay. You're with them, Master Dragonborn?
Yes, I am.
They wanted
feel
to speak to my wife about the selling of whiskey.
Yes, we have 6 barrels of very high-grade alcohol, liquor, if you would be interested in purchasing it.
Rachel, come over here. And you see a female, seems to be human. Although there's something about her that just seems unnatural in the fact that by a lot of human standards you would say that she's quite beautiful. Her hair is a brilliant gold, and her eyes, her pupils match the gilded nature.
Would Zedaar recognize a divine touch just by looking at them?
Yes.
Considering his religious, yeah. Zedaar would just kind of give a nod.
Miss?
She also you notice that she has like almost a claw mark scar across like one side of her face, over the eye. that has since kind of faded and healed, but it doesn't disrupt her natural beauty.
Zedaar, it's Mrs. She was just introduced as the wife.
Is this misunderstanding common?
I believe so.
I was just referring to
It's
her as a
quite
female
fine.
because she is a lady.
It's absolutely fine. What kind of whiskey is it you're selling?
It is something that we procured in our travels. Originally brewed in Norwhisky. Norwixy. I get those two backwards. It is either or, I believe. Triple X grade. Good stuff. Quite expensive for barrel, but I imagine we could come to a favorable deal.
What are you willing to part with them for? Maybe we can work from there.
By my knowledge, the barrels themselves sell for around 500 gold per, but obviously that is very expensive for you to purchase. Taking it at the lower value, I'd say we could cut around the middle. What would you say to around 350?
How many barrels did you say you had?
6.
6 at 350? Done.
Good then.
I thank you for your business. And she opens her hand to shake it.
He'll shake her hand.
I will see if I can get some help to carry me in.
And actually, Zedaar will look around, see if Braun's kind of just meandering about. See
Braun
if he
would
can
be
ask.
wherever Johanna is, I would think.
Which
Probably.
where would Johanna be at the moment?
They're probably at the cart at this point.
I will see how long it will take me. Please give me a moment.
And I'm assuming she does also pay the.
Rocker, would you mind helping them as well? And the bartender goes around the bar and obviously she's a very muscle-bound half orc lady, so she can carry a barrel, maybe two, no issue.
Okay, you are welcome to help.
He will lead her out to the cart and say,
Braun, for the moment, would you mind helping me bring these barrels in? We are selling the rest of them to this tavern.
He nods and starts unloading as well. And I've updated
the
party
Three.
sheet.
the three of us can do that real quick.
Absolutely. And you've acquired rooms there.
We have put these barrels behind us. We are done with the alcohol.
You just you ripped us off 350 for very legal barrels is very low.
We aren't there? Well, you might be.
Valmir is, yeah.
I mean,
I'm there. Yeah.
So is Darius.
500 is what he estimated they were the for sale price that they would sell it for. You don't buy anything for the for sale price. Did you guys ever watch Pawn Stars?
I was thinking 400 at the lowest end.
I mean, I sold shit to an illegal operation for above market value. Like,
It's not often they get that though, so.
I mean, yeah, but could have talked it up. Oh well.
Oh well.
There was a reason she just accepted out of hand.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh well, you're stealing from me, but I guess I'll have to take it.
But with the sale of those barrels, we're going to go ahead and take our midpoint break. So use this time, stretch, grab yourself some drink, and we'll be back in a few. And welcome back to this second half of our broadcast tonight. I just want to quickly apologise to anyone who might have been watching and been unable to chat with us. Unfortunately, one of the chats was in a different mode and I was not aware of it, therefore didn't lift it. It's the reason it was on is to counteract some of the awful things that have been going on Twitch recently. It was just not made known to me that it was existing on our channel. I needed to remove it, so apologies for that, but you should be able to chat. If you're watching this as an archive broadcast, doesn't bloody matter. Enjoy yourselves. But anyway, last time, in the last half, the party reached Compound, the second largest city of the Rhiannon Empire. Well, no, the largest city of the Rhiannon Empire. It's almost second capital, and with a vast city ahead of them. Party, what do you wish to do?
Darius.
First.
Oh, sorry.
Darius, go ahead.
Darius is gonna offer fairly soon after we get in there and we work out arrangements. It's gonna offer if Johanna wants to be away from the group for a little while and just spend some time in the compound, because there's a lot of rooms and technically I own it partially.
You mean the
the compound within the compound.
I didn't call it a compound. Within the branch. The branch of the Reynard Company.
Yeah.
Okay.
Place.
Give me a persuasion check, Darius.
Righto.
I think Zedaar also offered that. So she has two options.
She does.
Yeah.
And she's going with Zedaar.
I haven't been able to roll a good roll relating to Johanna for a month.
And that kind of shows. She doesn't seem like she wishes to go with you.
All right.
Are you still going to the
I'm
branch
not
office of the Reynard
staying.
Company?
I'm not staying in this tavern. No.
Okay.
we're going to the branch office. Though I will offer the same to Valmir if he wishes to go.
Okay.
Free.
Much easier to persuade.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice to meet your are they
You won't
family or coworker?
No, you won't be. Hopefully.
Where are they based
Sure.
out of? Wait, I'm not there.
You're not there. You're out drinking in the sky with Zap on a roof.
You two are in the sky.
Yeah.
At least we know it's not good beer. She's gonna lose concentration.
Johanna is gonna go to you, Zep, once the other party's kind of dispersed and it's left with you, Braun, and herself.
Zep's also in the sky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it's just
you,
Braun
Braun,
there.
and Zedaar. Sorry, I got
you
my
said
Z's
Zep.
confused. Yeah, I got my Z's
The
confused.
fact that there's 2 Z's in this group is actually surprising. That was...
Yeah. I'm sorry, Master Zedaar, if I disappointed you the other day.
Disappointed me?
You seemed angry with what happened to the barn, and I am sorry.
Imagine Zedaar would look a little pensive for a moment.
Johanna, what do you say spending the day together tomorrow? I'll take you into town. We'll see the big city. Would you like that?
That would be
Braun can
nice.
come along if he would like.
I will not leave the lady's side.
Then we'll make a day with the 3 of us.
Maybe you can tell me some more of your homeland of Atria.
If you would like, sure.
And she agrees to go in to town tomorrow with you.
Mhm.
Darius. You've known the city quite well, but even so, it's about 30 minutes of walking for you to get to the branch office of the Reynard Company. Within the Southgate district. It is a 5-story blockhouse in what probably was at one point a small town square with a wall around it and one entrance on either side of the compound, gated by guards. To you see the standard Reynard Company militia garb on these guards, each of them with a halberd in hand. The compound is open.
I go in with my now entourage, I suppose, trailing.
You've got your retainers and Valmir.
Yeah.
Valmir, what do you look like, by the way?
Have I, as we're walking, have I seen many or any tieflings at all in the city?
Give me a perception check.
Where the bloody hell's me perception on? There it is.
One, and they were being arrested.
I'm back. I look human then.
We're back, everybody. We're back. The world is right again.
I know I was rolling far too well in the early game for it to last.
That's why I've been rolling like crap.
Yeah, well, now you're going to be fine. Now go talk to Johanna. Then you'll be alright.
You enter, and Darius, this is a little thing that there's a little mini game we're gonna play. Is a Reynard here? Please roll me a d20, please.
Swear to God, you have all the names and you've got a number associated with all of my siblings.
Your siblings and your siblings' children.
first time he rolled well.
Okay, now roll me a D30. So you're gonna have to implement this, with a.
Slash die.
Who the hell has 30 children?
Well,
He's got 6 brothers.
Yeah.
No, 6 siblings.
3 sisters.
Yeah, and 3 sisters, and his father has 2 brothers.
Yeah.
I think.
Just from perspective on this, my mother has 9 siblings. My extended family for one generation is around 50 people.
So there are 30 fighting age Reynards in the service of the company. So we're gonna see which one is there.
So that's slash die lowercase.
Yeah, slash die, and then 1d30.
Lowercase 1d30.
With a space between them, obviously. And 11. We have. Okay. You see a man of similar age
For this.
exiting the door. You recognize him to be one of your nephews, the nephew of your eldest brother. The son of your eldest brother. Kester.
Hold on, I have to get my list.
I don't know if you have all the children. I don't know if you had the children.
I don't have the children, but I have the brothers.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I added the children's names. So you've got Kester. You see them there with
Nicholas.
Yeah, it's and Kester, who you see a sort of very similar age. I think he's a few years younger than you.
Yeah.
And you see a blonde, this dusky blonde, sharp chiseled jawline with a perfectly trimmed beard, top knotted ponytail, a fine long sword to their hip, as well as a fiddle that's strapped to the back, a purple leather jerkin and studded chaps, bursting green eyes. Goes, "Oh, Uncle Darius! How goes it?"
Hello. Kester? Kestrel.
Kester.
Castian.
Kester.
Kester.
Castor oil.
Clearly, this is Castamere.
Castrate.
Playing the Castro.
Didn't expect. Yeah. Didn't
He's in
expect
all
to
green,
see.
flat cap, sunglasses, cigar.
Didn't expect to see family here
Why
at
not?
this time of year.
Oh, I'm just getting some things together. I'm about to go out on contract. We're being.
Yes.
I'm being sent as an advance party towards the wall.
Oh, interesting. That's.
Grandpapa has managed to secure about 20 contracts now with the Rhaenian Empire for various parts of the forces. I'm sure you might get called.
Yeah,
Possibly.
That would.
This time.
We are already on a mission. Darius is
This guy
indisposed.
old
He will
enough
not be
to
able to
drink,
take
so I imagine Ruby wants
any-
to buy him one.
He will not be able to take whatever mission.
What was that, Zedaar?
Is this guy old enough to drink? Because I imagine Ruby would want to buy him one.
My age.
Oh! You've decided to break off on your own, have you, D? Father will be very happy to hear this. Very happy. And I'm sure Grandpapa too.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be very interested.
Made any money yet? Or are we still,
Rolling in it. It's very lucrative.
Simerson, be sure that Darius is treated like the Reynard he is. Of course
Hold
he's
up,
allowed to
Midge.
stay here.
I want you to paint me this picture. So imagine Darius has his retainers with him. How many retainers does Kesta have behind him?
Kester
More.
is with a party
Well, not
of
more.
about...
Better.
He's exited exited at the head of a group of about 7, But
I'm sorry. I just needed this for my own mental well-being.
but
And they're all snapping West Side Story style.
that's just his close,
They're
like
all
closer
snappy
retainers.
dressers too,
and one of
all.
them. Oh no! One of the. Well, no, he's finished. The other ones are kind of in the standard Reynard company thing. One of them seems to be his adjutant, he's just referred to as Simerson.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Son
of a bitch! I know where you got that name from.
Yeah, of course you do.
Is he bald? Is he bald with the thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
God damn it.
This is your hell. You created this.
Darius is jealous as Roach is furious.
So his retainers are like battle-hardened, grizzled mercenary company men who then also start to break off and start to ready pack horses as a group of about 40 or 50 militia and retainers begin to saddle up.
Well, I can see you're busy. Should get going. Quickly.
Grandpapa's at the capital if you want to speak to him, by the way. If you want to try and beg for a
I'm
contract.
sure I want to. Thank you. Okay.
Ciao for now. And he goes and gets to work. With a smug grin on his face. Would you give me a quick perception check, both of you, Valmir and Darius?
My disadvantage because of my rage.
Yes, absolutely.
Blinding rage.
And he still gets better than me.
Double tens.
You both hear this. He doesn't say this too quietly. He says, well, at least it looks like he's had a bath.
I just go inside.
You go inside, and the adjutant...
My friends.
How many rooms will you be needing, sir?
One for each of us, which is actually how many? Wait, so it's me, Valmir, and then 3 others. So yeah, 5. 5.
Absolutely. Come on in. You can take the family quarters, and your retainers can go into the barracks.
You know the fucked up part? Ruby would have defended him. Nobody gets to pick on Darius but her.
My toy. Bad. Leave. But
Worst part is his father is worse.
yeah. He's actually one of the more bearable nephews.
Well, Ruby's family's not much better.
Oh, I also go to Simerson and I give him 200 gold pieces, the take of the family take from my earnings that I currently have on me.
Absolutely, I will put these to the latest war chest, which will be sent to the family estate back in. Hang on, need to double check my notes.
Yeah.
Oh, I've accidentally removed town labels. There we go.
Just magical.
The family estate in... Oh my gosh, how do I even say that?
It's your bloody world.
Yeah, I know, but...
every time you say that,
It's Anglo-Saxon. Kocheskum.
It's however you want to say it, Midge.
Yeah, true, but this is me going, you know, I love Anglo-Saxon words. Boom. How do I say that? Like a year on from when I wrote it down? More? Kocheskum.
Where's that at?
I don't see that on the map.
It's in Cleova, northwest bank of the Eastmere. Up a small river.
Apparently,
Is it?
the world map needs a phonetic guide.
Coxcomb.
Coxcomb. Coxcomb. Thank you. That is how you would say it. Thank you.
Trying to find it. That's.
You know why I know that?
Got it.
About maybe 20 miles away from where I used to live, there was literally that
place called
exact town. Yeah, literally
Nice.
Coxcomb.
Fair enough.
Gotta love England with all its eccentricities.
And the capital is
Seat.
Seat. Okay.
Across the water.
So we're as far as physically possible as we can be. You know? That's good. Different continent would be better, but I'll make do. Until the old bastard dies.
Okay. We hop back over to our flying fellows. Zep and Ruby, you are flying high above the city. Give me a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Oh, it's almost a natural 20. It turned into a 2.
That is.
That, however, is a natural 20.
Zep, you are being followed by 3 individuals flying mounts.
It's an open
We'll
container!
get pulled over.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Nino.
We seem to be being followed by 3 people with flying mounts.
What kind of mounts? Turn around.
After
Flying
Zep,
backwards at this point.
Zep points to you. They are gaining on you heavily, and they seem to be bestial but winged.
Bestial but winged.
Well, let's go land on a rooftop.
We land on a rooftop.
Okay, you find a suitable rooftop to land, and as they come towards you faster and faster, you begin to see 3 very heavily armored individuals on essentially hippogriffs coming towards you.
Okay.
And one of them lands on part of the roof next to you. It gripping onto the onto the roof tiles. You see the clatter of tiles leaving as this creature lands, and the knight lowers its lance towards you, like pointing with a gesture, and says, "Flying is not permitted above the city. Who are you? State your business."
Ruby? And she'll hold out her drink. If you wanted some, all you had to do was ask.
Gotta get her right. This is amazing.
We're not there.
This is
Yeah,
amazing.
and I am Zep. Hello.
Didn't know. Sorry. We
Yeah,
just
we
wanted
can-
to see the sunset from high up.
Please return to the streets. If we see you in the sky again, it'll be at the end of this lance that I meet you.
Do you think if I had donuts, they would have been more polite?
Maeve, do you have problems with flying creatures here? Or flying people?
We have to be guarded for all matters, and the Crown Prince has ordered us to be more vigilant, especially around the major cities, considering what's going on at the border.
Makes sense.
Bit of a hike from here to the border, but sure.
Not if you fly.
It's only 10 minutes, and it's a maximum speed of 30 feet every 6 seconds. Yeah, it's quite a while.
I apologize for the inconvenience.
Not all attackers will be inebriated spellcasters.
I'm not inebriated.
Yet.
Fair point. Yet.
You did offer him a drink and fly around the city. It's like he's
I'm not
jumping to
drunk.
conclusions.
I'm having a good time. I'm not drunk.
But this individual is a full-plated knight. This one doesn't have a helmet, but he has a seems to be like a mountain lion pelt over the shoulder, and then like also eagle feathers like quilted into his raiment.
I
would ask that you all get down.
Yeah. May the skies keep you safe, friend. And I will start floating down.
Thank you.
Ta-ta! And Ruby's just gonna fall off, like...
And
Zep does not dare do this. He does not want to spill his drink.
bloody drunks. Let's go, men. And they fly off.
You know, I want to call them the fun police.
In a city of this size, you do need to be wary of assault from the sky. I understand their vigilance.
Boring. Though, speaking of vigilance, Zep, I do have a question for you.
Yeah, of course.
Are you scared of Johanna?
No.
I'm terrified of her.
She has untested capabilities, it is true, but she has good teachers.
Well, you're... I want to say magic, but your toolcraft abilities and my magic, they have to follow rules, right?
Yeah.
You have an imagination to your stuff can do things, but she doesn't have a medium like you or I do. She can just do things.
And
she literally caved the earth in.
And I am sure that the first time that our ancestors tapped in to your spells or discovered the latent energies within technology and inventions, it also seemed without bounds. She is simply
Perhaps
discovering a new school of magic, which has not yet been defined.
Maybe, but the way I see it right now, though I will never do this, I think I understand why she was locked away.
Perhaps,
Damn dogs.
The dogs agree.
but it is far better to guide and educate someone in the temperance of their powers than to simply lock them away and get rid of the problem entirely.
I'm trying. I think she's mad at me about something right now.
It is possible. I think that she herself is scared. Imagine... Well, you do not even have to imagine. When you first discovered the powers that you have, how did you feel?
She just looks away at that one.
It would be the same for her. Guide. Your guidance is the most valuable thing that you can offer, and I am sure, in fact, I know that she appreciates it. To have someone that understands the same kind of struggles that she now goes through is invaluable. Give her time.
Well, it's good. Even though she caused a cave-in, when my powers manifested, something far worse happened.
Remember that she stopped.
Yeah. I wonder what Darius is doing. So, speaking of that, tip of the sword that I was trying to get done for him.
Yeah.
I'd like to start working on that while we're in town, because it's the place to do it.
I would be happy to help. I know a thing or two about the crafting of items.
Well, I'll go about collecting the required components, and then I will hand them to you.
Of course. You will probably need to guide me in precisely what you want done, but I can assist.
The less of my energy that I have to expend increasing your abilities, the more I can focus on attacking the enemy.
Okay.
Not you specifically, but more of the group. Which means I don't have to cast spells on haste and fly if I can have items that can replicate those effects, and I can focus on other abilities.
Been thinking of this myself as we flew up here. You know my background as an aeronautical engineer. I make things fly. I have not yet done this, but with the right materials, I probably could.
I'd imagine a pair of boots would be, or she just like an idea. You can hear the ting of a idea. A cape.
I was more thinking a platform you can stand on, because then it could be used for transporting items as well.
A cape.
All right, Doctor Strange.
We shall see. I suspect the platform might be cheaper.
I want a cape so I can fly. Damn it!
It would not be. You would still need an anchor to pull yourself along the ground. You would not be able to direct where you are flying. It would simply go up or down.
Gust cantrip.
Levitate.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the tavern before I get arrested for stupidity.
Same.
Okay, you
I
return.
kind of imagine we just flew up and then flew back down again.
You flew around a bit for them to have, like, cottoned onto you.
Okay.
But a few of you enter the tavern. Because Zedaar, obviously, you've started settling into the tavern with those that remained. Those of you at the tavern, it's a pretty lively night. They have a band as a group of musicians anyway, and they seem to be serving a simple like hog roast as the main food in the tavern tonight. As they've teamed up with the bakery to get some fresh rolls made up, and it's essentially like a semi self-serve hog roast buffet. But yes. So if no one else is doing anything for the night, we will just skip to the very next day. And those of you who are going, I'm guessing the group regroups, considering you're split in two as to where you're staying. Or not.
Darius never comes back. He just stays in the compound.
I don't think he wants to stay here much longer.
I'm done.
Well, no, now they're vacated. So now it's okay here. Technically, I'm the highest ranking individual here.
For now.
That was incredibly awkward, Darius.
Well, I didn't plan on it.
I will assume you don't want me to mention this.
Whatever could you mean? Why wouldn't I want anyone else to know of this? Sarcasm. And
I can read the sarcasm. Look.
good. Sorry, I got you confused with Zedaar for a second.
Look, my sister tried to kill me. Families can be hard. I understand.
I don't think this is equivalent. I think yours is much worse than this.
Oh, I know, but mine is one sister, whereas it seems like all of your family think you are some kind of runt.
I wouldn't put it like that. That seems very harsh.
Just the impression I got. I mean, he's your nephew, and I mean, it's pretty embarrassing, not going to lie.
I mean, he's a fairly accomplished bard.
Yeah. Still.
Yeah.
Seems kind of shitty.
No, yes, I won't disagree with you there. It is kind of shitty. Yeah.
Well, you have new family now, so deal with it.
Yeah.
Let's go back to.
Don't worry, Mr. Darius. Everything will be okay.
Family.
Oh, you said you're in charge now. Here, for now, at least. Unless another, more accomplished Reynard appears.
Obama is like trying to stifle the laugh, but at the same time he feels like horrifically sorry for Darius at this point.
Thank you for that pep talk.
Don't laugh, it's mean, but that's fucking hilarious.
Thank you, Patrick.
No problem, sir.
Or should I say Samwise Gamgee? Or hamhead, as it were.
Oh god.
Yeah. I'm still gonna use the room here because it's free,
Yep, that's fine.
and
You're more than
the
welcome to.
food's free.
The rooms were already paid for at the tavern.
Yeah, but
when we left.
yes,
So you came
but-
here just to be humiliated.
No. I came here because it's a free room. I am assured of the cleanliness of
Is
this
it worth
place.
the humiliation?
You know, it's not like I came here for that. It's not like
No,
that was planned.
But I mean, there was always a chance.
Yes, it's a chance, but
You can't swat away the humiliation.
Anyway, the party regroups at the tavern. Zedaar and Johanna and Braun take off slightly earlier to spend a day in the city.
He would just
rest-
leave a reminder. Sorry, before we go, he would leave a reminder with Zep.
Do not forget we need our enchanting materials here in this town. Things for variety of spells. If we want to silence the boiler, then I will need some form of reagents for silencing. That is all I need for you to find for me. I am going to spend the day with Johanna and Braun. We will be safe, do not worry.
Could we spend maybe 1,000 gold pieces on enchanting material?
Zedaar will hand him 1,000 gold pieces out of the party fund.
Actually, take 1,500 and just get what we need for the party.
That'll cover everything.
Will it?
Will it though? Will it really?
Silence doesn't have component.
Cotton swap. Well,
Cotton.
we need it because that's the rule for enchanting. You have to have reagents to be able to enchant things and items.
Just in general.
Yeah. We need the residuum or whatever it is that we use to actually force magic to stay inside of an object.
can't say residuum. That's another D&D podcast's copyright. You can't say that.
Unobtainium, then.
I know, I believe with Explorer's Guide to Wildmount, that's actually something we could use.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And that
It
is
is
a book we
sourced.
have bought, so it's fine. But I do have something. Well, I have a various various enchantment materials. I've been working on this since you guys have been enchanting out the fucking wazoo. Don't worry, I've been working.
I realize that I am not the best at negotiation, so if someone who is a bit better, maybe, at...
I'll come with you.
Tried.
I got you. Some of my projects also require this, so I'll work with you.
Okay. And what happened to the barrels of whiskey? They seem to have gone.
I sold them last night to the tavern.
Stolen right under your nose. It's gone.
Did you get the paperwork for it?
No, I didn't think to.
You could see Zep's eye twitch.
Did you get the gold for it?
You're staying at that tavern. It'd be very easy to get a receipt made up.
Yeah. As soon as I said, basically, I'll get the logbook and head over to the tavern just to get it all made official. I mean, they probably want it as well.
Yeah.
Was the gold added to the party sheet?
Yes.
It was.
And now it's been taken away for the enchantment materials.
A portion of it has,
And
anyways.
it's gone.
Well, it's been
Also,
marked
no flying
away.
in town. The cops don't like how you having fun.
I could have told you that.
They cannot fly, so I don't know what
You
the issue is.
Did tell them that, I think, Darius. No, that was the no open container law.
No, that one I thought would actually get them arrested. That's just a warning for the flying. They're pretty strict on the open containers, at least in some parts of the city.
Archer, get out from underneath me.
Right, we're going to go have our day. Thank you.
How was your day, Darius? Where did you go?
I had a good day. It was totally fine.
Okay. So just because of the size of the city, the way it kind of works is it will take you 30 minutes to go to each section from one another. So, for example, if you're in the East District, the East Way.
So to cross
If you-
from the
to
East
the
Way
King-
to the King's Road would take us an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So plan your travels and plan where you would like to look for things. Darius can obviously help because he's been here before. He can slightly help on investigation. But so I would plan your day accordingly. Also, Zedaar, is there anything you particularly want to do for the day, or just want to wander? You want to wander?
He does have a few plans. First of all, he's going to take 100 gold out of the party fund, and he's going to give it to Johanna. He's going to say,
This is part of your share. This is what you get for helping deal with the problem with the spiders. We're going to go shopping. I'm going to let you look at whatever you'd like. And then from there, we're just going to see.
Okay.
I'm curious, when was the last time you were in a big town like this that you can remember?
She takes the money. Well, the last major town was home.
It's Legrungsland.
Yeah. And then...
Wouldn't that be from her perspective, like a month ago?
Yeah.
Because remember when we were up in the tower, all the views were off.
Yeah.
And then everywhere that you have been.
While we make our way around this town, I do not know, have you ever been here before?
She shakes her head.
I did not think so. I would like you to tell me the differences that you see here compared to your home. How the city is just different than what you expect from Legrungsland. If you do not mind.
As you walk, well, the architecture is elven rather than, well, some of the old district of Retchin is elven, so it kind of matches. The people here are dressed very differently. Everyone seems to have a weapon. There are no Star Legion. But other than that, it has a similar hum.
Does it feel familiar?
Not really. It's still pretty though.
It is very different in my home as well. But I grew up in a far smaller place than this. The large cities in Atria, they are layered atop each other like a cake. You can see the arched sections of the rooftops for miles if you pay close attention. The way they
What
seem to
flavor
jut
are they?
at odd angles. This place is strange to me too. So, if you ever feel like this place is unusual to you, just remember that you're not the only one who has never been to a place like this before.
And do they make cakes in these cake cities?
Yes, there are those who bake cakes, make desserts, all manner of sorts of things. They have these wonderful desserts, though some eat them for breakfast, that are glazed.
You see him starting to struggle with the word in common.
fritters with fillings.
Cannot imagine the word fritters out of a lipless lizard mouth.
And he
It has
basically
to be a
describing a bear
substitute
claw.
sound. Yeah,
Yeah,
it had to be a
he's describing
substitute
a bear
sound like
claw.
Yeah.
like
Okay.
R's in Japanese having to be like an A kind of thing. Yeah.
They are
Maybe-
quite
maybe-
tasty.
Maybe one day you can make me one.
My baking is not very good, but I am sure that I could come up with a recipe that more capable hands could do.
Yes, I think you might enjoy it.
And just give me a investigation check, Zedaar, as you travel around for today.
As we are looking around, he is kind of just looking for a general market, but he is looking specifically for a temple as well.
Okay.
20.
Okay. So, you in your investigation, you do come across a temple. In fact, in one of the this is gonna go through most of the day, your day, because you've decided to spend the full day out.
Sure.
In the old town, in the oldest district, you see a vast cathedral-like temple. It's a huge temple of, it seems to be multiple denominations. And actually outside you see that the temples, there's actually a small map of the temples within the city. Because there is a well-known, essentially, it's called the pilgrimage around the wall, and essentially there is a temple to each denomination of the 9 lights, which are the 9 essentially good gods of the Albaean pantheon. Have essentially a temple built into, or built next to the main wall of the compound in each of the 9 districts, and then there's this main cathedral here. So technically, the old town has 2, but each district has its own temple to one of the various gods of the pantheon. And there's a well-known pilgrimage that happens basically where it's on some of the most holy days, like the day of I can't remember if it's called this in this world. I'll have to double check, but essentially Ascension Day, where morning service will start at the various temples depending on the followers' denomination, and then an afternoon service of cross religion happens at the cathedral, and then at night they all go back and to their various denomination temples in the various districts. And there's also people are well known to come to compound and visit, and essentially walk the wall and visit each of the temples and finish here at the cathedral, on like a pilgrimage around the city.
With an extension, Bahamut, would he actually have a temple here, since this is the entire pantheon? Or is he something where he's still technically outside the main pantheon here?
He is outside the main pantheon here. With this in front of you, you can actually see the full pantheon is Palor, Celestian, Lathander, Timora, Kalemvor, Mistra, Melora, Caphael, and Moradin. And then
interesting that we have Palor and Lathander.
Yeah, it's a slight difference in the lore from my world.
Fair enough.
If you want to do a deep talk about that one afterwards, we definitely can. Because there's some stuff there that I've been in my homebrew and my excitement. But anyway, I won't bother.
I'm just very passionate about those two specifically. You can tell.
Yeah, well, no, it's like, yeah, there's some awesome stuff. But no, Bahamut is seen as a adjacent god to the pantheon. In Eastern philosophy of like the previous, like the divine history of the world, Bahamut's forces joined essentially the Divine Alliance as allies rather than formed with them. So the Divine Alliance that became the 9 Lights and the Pantheon of Albe stayed separate to Bahamutian worship.
Okay.
But yeah.
I guess then, as we kind of explore the temples, Zedaar would make a point of asking Johanna,
I would like to visit the temple, but I will let you pick which one we go to, if any one of them seems to call out to you.
Okay. She looks at the... She kind of shrugs and then say, "What about the big cathedral?" Essentially pointing up from the thing that you guys are looking down at that has like the temples marked in the like the city map, and then she looks up and goes, "This one looks pretty."
All right, we shall go and do this one.
Once we kind of make our way inside, he's just going to look for like a smaller, quieter, private corner.
You can do, and you do so.
And as he just kind of settles down, he's like,
Why did you think I was mad at you?
She looks down. Well, when you told me to stop, and when the word is muddled, but when I remembered the world in front of me and saw what was happening, I assumed I had done wrong.
I see. Johanna, in the time that we have traveled and the learning you have done, have you come any closer to understanding where your powers have come from?
Only that they are inside me.
Yes. Many of us have powers inside. You are very similar to Ruby in that regard. Her powers drawn out from within her, manipulated. But you are also different. I was not angry with you. I was afraid in that moment. It takes a great deal to make me afraid, Johanna. You are incredibly capable. But at the moment, you still have much to learn. People have been trying to teach you, but there are times, I'm sure you have noticed, where your powers, when you attempt to use them, are less you controlling them and more them controlling you.
He nods.
I don't want you to stop using your powers. I just want you to be able to control them. I want you to feel safe using them. Otherwise, they will continue to control you. I am lucky that my powers come from a being who means me to do well. So, my path is very well guided for me. But we are not sure where yours come from, so you have to be the one who gauges whether or not it is right or wrong to use them. That may sound like a lot of pressure, but you do have the rest of us to rely on as well.
And what if I do not trust the judgment of those telling me what to do?
That is an interesting question. If you were to ask that to Ruby, she would tell you that you are free to make your own choices. If you were to ask Zedaar, if you were to ask Darius, he may tell you that you are expected to make the choices that the others and those around you would want you to make.
I love the. Yeah,
If you ask me, the truth is somewhere in the middle. We should all be allowed to make our own choices, but we have to be conscious of how it affects those around us. I don't expect you to do everything everyone around you wants you to do, but just acting with consideration is important. When you have as much power as you have the potential of using, the effect you have on everyone around you is that much more. Are you afraid of your powers, Johanna?
I'm afraid of hurting somebody.
That's a good place to start. Not wanting to hurt the people around you. You have very good intentions. You should follow them. And if you ever get lost along the way, you can always ask for advice. Be it from me, Darius, Ruby, Zep, or even Velmir, if you think he has something to say. Or Braun, of course. I'm sure he would be happy to help you at any time. We are going to be here for you, Johanna, no matter what.
She smiles. Thank you, Master Zedaar.
Now, may I ask why you are so upset with Ruby?
Because she said I did good when I destroyed that farmer's barn and made everything so much worse.
Ruby is very results-oriented. You helped with what we were trying to do. It is just there was damage done in the process. It is a mistake, but it is not something for you to fret over. In the end, it'll be okay. It can be fixed. Any problem that you could still right in the long run is not a problem that you need to worry about. The important part is knowing where that line is. Yes?
I think I understand.
I am sorry if this sounds like I am giving you a lecture, but after the events we have seen and the things have been going, I just want you to know that we are still here for you.
Zedaar's says knowing full well that he charged through a prismatic wall to get to her.
Yeah. Thank you again, Zedaar.
Of course. I love temples. Sometimes they are loud, but sometimes they are so peaceful and quiet that if you listen hard enough, you think you can actually hear the words of the gods being spoken.
And this
I find that...
Oh no, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, continue. I was just going to give you a description.
If you ever find yourself needing to think, they are often a wonderful place to go to.
Make me ramen noodles.
Typically people, they just want to help you here. And something about you.
And he'll actually say the next part in Celestial. He'll just say,
something about it is special.
She doesn't really answer, but she looks around and just starts to take in the cathedral around you. And what you see is, as you've been you've been sat in like a little cloister area, but the main hall of this cathedral is vast and tall, and it's very very Gothic style architecture but the inside is marbled white. And similar to the previous temple, they've got a lot of the entire roof of it's while it apexes into a point. The entire roofing tiles are glass to allow natural light in, which fragments again off of golden statues of various gods of the pantheon, hazing them in this sort of light. And there's a warm feeling to the cathedral, as well as this rose smell. And today is very quiet, so a lot of what you hear is faint singing from a choir that is practicing, and then the subtle rush of water from the various water features, carrying that bright blue petal drizzled liquid throughout the features of the temple. And it's a very restful place to contemplate the world and the goings-on.
We are welcome to spend here long as you wish, but if it is starting to get late, we can return to the tavern and meet up with everyone else. See what they managed to do with their day.
I think perhaps we go shopping for a little bit.
Then we will go shopping first, and you can spend all of your coin.
I will not spend all of it. Unless I find something I really like. You continue on. But the rest of you, you're off shopping and exploring the city in yourselves. Where are you going first? What district are you starting for? And what are you looking for first? How are you going about this?
I like to imagine that Zep and Ruby are probably getting enough crafting material for 1,500 gold that they can make just about everything they're going to need for the next couple of weeks at least. Fly enchantments, haste enchantments, whatever Valmir is going to need, enough for the silent spell for the boiler. Plus the runes and materials and equipment for the longsword that Ruby's going to end up having to enchant.
Okay, so just starting mainly for the crafting materials stuff. Give me an investigation check with advantage for this one, because one, you've had previous information on this, and also you've had Darius hit, who's been to the temple. Roll it?
Go ahead.
It's the main reason
Help
I'm
action!
Here.
Help action! Go!
Yes, this is. We want Zep to roll this. Zep, please. We want you to roll this.
That would be a 22.
Okay. So, in the Warsprawl district, after some searching, off of one of the trade markets, you see a purple-stained brick building. Like it's been painted. In the front of it, there is like also a purple crystal hanging from and it has purple glazed glass windows, so almost like the whole facial features of the building is purple. There's a large magical a large double door, and the sign above the door says Long Reach Arcanum Limited. Zep, actually quickly give me an intelligence check. Just a flat intelligence check.
Righto. That would be a 21.
That name actually rings a bell to you. In fact, the sign, though, in Shelts is in Shelts in Wretchen. This is a chain of magic stores that seem to appear in some of the larger cities, and there's actually one in both in in Wretchen, the capital of Legerung's land, and also in Crystalhaven.
This is a familiar shop to me. It is a chain of magic sales places.
Is it reputable?
Is it reputable?
Fairly. They pride themselves. But
for a second, I thought you were going to ask him to define reputable.
Yeah. Am
I about to go to the Walmart of magic shops, or am I going to something a little more on brand?
You're going to the Target.
This is more Best Buy.
No, because it's magic stores.
Tell me a service package.
There's that level of prestige to it. It's not like Bob's Bargain bunker of magical goods. It's more of a. This is going to be a very British-centric description, but it's a John Lewis of magic shops. It's a department store, chain of department stores.
There's a level of prestige associated with the products they are selling, and I do not think that they would willingly sell something bad. Although it is a large scale, so it is possible.
Well, and Ruby's gonna crack her knuckles. Time to go shopping.
Indeed.
Something tells me this is God's favorite thing to do.
And you enter on in. You are, and inside you see various wizard-looking individuals in dark purple robes, but over the robes there is a black apron with a name tag on, and they also have black gloves, like black silk gloves and black boots, because the robes only come up to just below the knee. And yeah, it's the shop assistants milling about. There's a lot of glass containers and cabinets. There seems to be 3 or so individuals behind, like the main counter at the back. And there also seems to be a portal stationed at each, both the right-hand side and the left-hand side, where you see customers going through them, one coming out one side, one going in the other, and above them is like an up and a down arrow.
Well, Zep, I gave some thought about your flying enchantment, and I thought about something for you specifically so you don't have to sit on Braun all the time. What if we enchanted like a disc with a chair on it for you, with a mount for your weapons, that you could change whatever you needed?
Yeah, this kind of thing would be useful. The problem is I lack a form of propulsion. And Braun and I have...
The fly spell, in its proper enchantment, provides its own propulsion.
For the moment, I would rather continue using Braun. He and I have fought together for years.
Okay, sure, don't use my ideas.
But
There's some, she's playing.
I do think that there is certainly a call for having something that can travel in 3 dimensions, as opposed to only across the ground. I think that this will be useful, even if we just have it in our back pocket.
Well, let's go see if we can find some lovely worker to express our needs. And she'll look for one of any number of clerks.
Yep, there are 3 clerks. It's any you're looking for, like, specifically, or you're just gonna find the first one you see?
Somebody of who's not stocking shelves. Probably somebody of some, at least an assistant manager level.
Okay.
We look for a white apron instead of a black one.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Uh, 19.
You go to one of the people flicking through what seems to be a catalogue behind the desk, who's just finished serving a young female-looking wizard, who's got those like little glasses that rest on the nose, and he kind of pushes them back up from looking at the catalogue and says, "Greetings, how may I help you? Welcome to Longreach Arcana Unlimited, store number 32.
Good.
Are you
Is it morning or
existing
evening?
members? It's morning still.
Was this Costco?
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Sorry, just
are
to
we
interrupt.
members?
On the way in, I will say to Ruby, you can use my name, it might help.
Okay. Oh, good afternoon, sir. Good morning, sir. My name is Ruby. This is my friend Zep Skyspanner. We represent the Skyfire Adventuring Company, and she'll pull out a little list of things. We're looking at bulk purchases.
I'm with you guys, by the way. But
Also,
okay.
Valmir.
Yes,
And I
no,
believe
don't mention it,
Darius
so
is
it's
as
okay.
well.
I don't know.
Darius is, no, Darius
I got
is
forgotten,
specifically
but
not
then
acknowledged.
Darius is in the tavern drinking.
He's got a lot to work over.
Why would he be in the tavern drinking? He can be in the compound drinking.
Yeah, no, that pavilion place where he's like the boss.
In the background, King Nothing is just playing on the speakers.
My name is Akron. How may I be of service to you today? You're looking for various items, I can see. We have pre-enchanted items for the more adventurous, as you say, adventuring party. You might be interested in our range of finely crafted magical weapons. However, if you are of the Arcanic initiative, we also provide supplies and ready-made starter sets as well.
Well, we're looking for the enchantment materials required for the list: the fly spell, the haste spell, the silent spell, and the flaming burst spell upon a weapon.
We are these... Okay, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Of course, we can provide the materials, but also we're going to need to know things such as durations, amounts, if you want to... not to, assume, but in case you want backup materials, in case things go wrong. Are you looking for permanent enchantments, semi-permanent enchantments?
Of course, I understand.
Yes.
For the flaming sword, I would like it to be a permanent effect.
Okay, I'm gonna need a pen to make some notes. Give me one moment. Go ahead.
For the flaming sword, a permanent effect. Both the haste and the flies need to be at least once per day. The silent spell needs to be a permanent effect as well. Correct, Zep?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And a heat metal as well with this.
What for?
The engine.
Fair enough.
And then standard car. Okay, so we got 3 things of an all-time permanent cast, and you got 2 things on a daily cast, correct?
And the heat metal would probably be at will.
Oh, so you want to be able to turn it on and off? That's something you could probably come up with on your own, but that would still be a permanent full-time enchantment.
Yeah.
Fly and levitate, was it?
Fly and haste.
Haste.
And levitate as well. I'd be interested in levitate.
Sure. I don't
want
have
to do
that
some
spell, but sure.
experimenting. I do. I have fly at level 9.
Okay. So,
I have the most generic department store music playing overhead in my ear. Just.
Okay. So, and do you want? Okay. Let me do some calculations here. So, silence, heat metal, and the flaming sword effect. Let's start with those. So they're the full-time enchantments. So they'll need to last forever. So in my calculation. What's the level of those spells? Could somebody do some quick searching for me?
Fly and haste.
Fly and haste are
permanent
third.
ones. Second levels are 2. Silence is 2. Levitate is 2. Heat metal is 2.
So silence is 2. Heat metal is 2. This and the flaming sword, is that just like you want it to do fire damage? That's not any particular spell you're trying to infuse, are you?
Ruby.
I'm thinking.
Closest I could think of that would be elemental weapon.
Yeah, by default there isn't anything that just does that, but elemental weapon does.
Elemental weapon is a 3rd level spell.
Which I don't have currently.
It's not something sorcerers get access to, technically.
That is very true.
But it's also a specific spell that does something different.
Yeah, +1 bonus attack and deals 1d4 damage of that chosen type.
Yeah.
I would have thought it'd be something like a +1d6 fire, but +1
It's
1d4 sounds
it's a
decent.
very spell.
Yeah, that's why nobody takes it.
Good to have on a permanent basis, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would probably need the scroll work to make it work if I could use the scroll.
I
Presumably
was
could
just
use
giving
the
it as a basis for like a commensurate level that might be expected.
scroll. Yes.
Because that's essentially, that is what the enchantment, it might be a different roll, but 5. So it'd be level times. So if there are 100. Sorry, this is maths, so
Everybody's favorite thing.
Everybody have conversations, quick.
kids don't have maths. Don't do maths on stream. Don't do maths
Yeah.
on stream.
Can confirm.
There's a reason that stream maths is a thing.
Yeah, no, bad thing. That's why you have a
There's people on Twitch that do math?
No, they
No,
specifically
badly.
don't do math.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
If you do
That's why you
maths
have
on
a
stream, it will inevitably be wrong.
that's why you have a calculator on your desktop taskbar.
Or on your phone.
Yeah, but putting your phone up.
Remember,
on
kids,
screen
when
is
you grow up, you won't have a calculator in your pocket all the time.
The biggest lie.
They
we're
were
all
no,
told.
they were right. I don't because I don't bring my phone anywhere because I have a PC.
Fly,
It's better.
haste, and levitate are all level 2 spells, right?
Fly and
Mostly.
haste are level 3.
Okay, that's more expensive then. So you guys are gonna need
Money. Lots of it.
a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Times.
Good thing we have Darius and his company right here. Maybe we could get some money.
I'm sorry.
Shh. Hold on. He still hasn't realized that the amount of money he paid for Donovan to be his butler for a couple of days is the amount of money he paid in as part of his tithe.
I know.
It's the exact same amount of money, and I was like, that's oddly specific.
And then retail markup.
Oh boy. He's gonna give me some nasty numbers here in a minute.
Do you have a membership card? You can get 10% off.
I did ask. Are you store members?
Would the Sky Spans be store members if you've got like?
I mean,
Familiarity.
with how much money you're about to spend, like, why wouldn't you get a membership?
Because it's a monthly fee of 10 gold.
10 gold a month.
You know, the
Your
thing is, you're buying in bulk
17,000
anyways.
Purchase is going to save you 1,700 gold pieces.
You're
And if
buying
it
in
wasn't clear by
bulk.
my name dropping, I am very much invoking guild artisan privileges.
Okay.
Dropping a name at the
100%.
Walmart.
And also, Ruby's gonna try to schmoo him with persuasion to. Can we? We were buying a lot of stuff. Can we maybe work out a Groupon discount or something?
It's a bulk purchase.
So
Bold trying
instead-
this in a chain.
That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. They're
I
trying
didn't
to
say it.
say, like,
Look,
do
look.
you know my name? Do you
Absolutely
know-
try, please do. But I just
Yeah.
love the idea of somebody walking into Walmart. It's like, I know this is 250, but what if I gave you 220?
So currently,
This is a Walmart.
that'll for the 5. So essentially, you need 5,900 gold pieces worth of crafting material, and they're willing to sell you it for 6,500.
That's just you're trying to talk him down. There's somebody over the intercom just going like,
Clean up on aisle 4. Clean up on aisle 4.
Even got the sound effect. Nice.
"Hey, I love it. I love this thing.
I really
This is
want
so
one.
worth the money."
I've been looking at them, but I'm like, I've got so many other things on a shopping list right now. It's like, ugh.
Including
Blah.
6,000 gold pieces worth of kit. Yeah.
So yeah.
Can we get a breakdown of the prices per thing?
Yes, please.
So
Just drop them in Discord or something.
no, I'll explain it. So how it's kind of breaking down is, a forever duration is okay. So it's for each level of spell, it's 100 gold pieces. But if it's forever, you times the amount by 5. If it's a daily, like you can just do it once a day, it's by 3, and if it's by charges, it's by 2.
Why would charges be more than once a day?
Because
Well, I'm sorry. Why would?
Because
charges are
daily doesn't
charges
have the
come
chance
back.
of breaking. Charges are less permanent.
Charges don't have the chance of breaking if I don't reduce it to 0. And I can use it multiple times, usually.
True, but they're still more volatile.
But also, how many charges is it?
Yeah,
I mean,
that-
imagine if you were doubling your charges, like how much are you exponentially increasing the price, or is there a limit?
I mean, it's on top of whatever level of the spell you're putting in, and then like
Well, let me put it this way: I can cast Fireball for my wand of fireballs twice, guaranteed,
yes,
without breaking it. Or I can have a wand of fireballs that can cast once per day, guaranteed, but it would cost more for the latter than the former. Is the issue I'm having.
in terms of the crafting material used to shore up the enchantment, yes.
Is this also a thing where the skill of the enchanter determines how many charges there are, and thus the inherent risk?
Yes.
So if you do a poor
Yes.
job,
Okay.
you might end up with a wand that can cast a spell once a day, but might break every day it does it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Okay.
this is just enchantment materials. This is nothing on your skill levels onto this. This is just the amount that you would require, at least from this store.
Yeah, and if you assume that the baseline enchanting materials for base charges would scale the more charges you want to put into it as well, then yes, it would get more expensive. Okay.
Yes.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yes.
I get it now. Yeah, that's fine. Well, should look towards Zep and Darius. It's a bit more than what we have available right now.
Yeah, so we just need to choose which ones we want. I would say Burning Sword is most pressing.
I would agree.
Why do we need a burning sword?
For you,
Why?
so you can hit things and also light them on fire.
It would permit you to do more damage with all of your martial skill.
It's not a priority. I don't think that's the pressing matter. I think the other things are more pressing.
Which ones? The haste?
Yeah, I think that one's actually the more pressing.
I can
'Cause
do
that
that
would-
at
Yeah, that gives us more. Proportionately, that would give the martial users in the party more hit than just a flaming sword. Not that
so
I
the
don't
haste
appreciate it.
is 300. It is charges.
You put that down
So-
as daily originally in my calculations, but I can redo it for charges.
Charges would be so much cheaper. Oh, just be
Yes.
600 then for the haste.
It'd be 60, yeah, for one charge.
Oh, so it's okay, times 2 per
Yeah.
charge, and then
Yes.
see.
Now, also, is this them doing the work, or is this me still enchanting the
This
materials?
is still,
just-
this is
just
the
the
this is the
materials.
cost of the enchantment materials for you.
Yeah, so if I wanted to buy a flaming sword, that'd be several thousand gold more.
Probably,
Okay.
yes.
There'll be 900 gold pieces for the haste. I mean, I think that's probably worth doing. And what were the other things we wanted? The haste. Was it 2 hastes?
To put that in perspective, though, if you wanted to make a wand of haste and you wanted to give it, say, 5 charges, that would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. For 3,000 gold pieces, you could potentially have a wand of haste with 5 charges in it.
You'd still only be casting 1 haste per action.
Yes, but you could potentially cast 4 free hastes a day without any risk. Just kind of giving you an idea of what you could get for your prices here.
That's super powerful.
That's yeah.
I would like to buy a ring of protection, but then after that you can have all the rest of my money. That's it.
The ring of protection +1.
Yes.
I still think the flaming sword is the better buy because as it stands, I can enchant you both with haste and fly.
Like,
Okay,
Times
so
part of
he
the-
has a magical weapon as well.
Yeah, I already have something that's magical, and I've pointed out the reason you said you wanted to do this was so that you didn't have to spend time buffing us during a fight. So
Yes.
by having this, you don't necessarily need to use one of your spell, because isn't technically that not a cast? If a wand's not a use of a cast, right?
No, it uses the wand's power.
So you would be able to use an action to. This is meta. So you'd be able to use an action to cast haste on somebody, and then you could quicken cast if you have quicken cast. I don't know if you do or not. You could. Well, I mean, you'd still. I still think it's better because then it's also if you don't have to use a spell slot.
Here's a question for you, Mitch.
I can't twin on wand. That's the catch.
Yeah, but you still don't use you would get 4 casts, like what Lake was saying. You get 4 casts without worry about it, which is like how many more than we normally get. That's 2 spell slots essentially.
1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, so it's still a better cost to efficiency ratio for the hasted wand than a flaming sword because I already have a +1 sword. And I can add d8s for days on attacks that I hit. So
I can also give you guys the item, like make the haste go into boots. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Because that would allow us to just use them ourselves, and Ruby wouldn't have to worry about
Yeah.
maintaining concentration on it.
I wouldn't mind some haste boots. That would be pretty snaz.
That'll
So that's
be a
what I-
permanent. So that'd be
that's my
1500.
vote. That's my vote. My unmagically minded.
Would you
self.
both like to have hasted boots then?
That's 1500 each. We wouldn't be able to get both unless we tapped in deeper.
Deeper? We have to go deeper.
And also, we do want to get this ring of protection, which I'm guessing would be the equivalent of what, a level 1 spell, Mitch?
Are you
Zedaar
making-
bought one
are you
before for
making
like
one?
400.
Yeah, ring of protection. We may as well make it. It'll be cheaper.
Well, if you can make it and see what the price is.
The ring of
on, like,
protection is just a +1, right? Plus
It's
one
a
armor.
it's a +1 to armor and all saving throws.
Ooh.
Zedaar bought one for like 400.
So
It
the last
was
week-
200 gold.
he got one and he found a place where they were selling them relatively discount. I will also.
I got lucky. I saw
You
I saw the deal and I went for it.
Yeah, I only had like 100 gold at the time, so like, oh.
Yeah, that was
He went to a mom and pop shop that made their own, and they had an overstock. This is a big box store. They have just enough so that they're not out of stock all the time. But the prices are.
It's
MSRP.
bargain bin one. It sometimes fails on the saving throw.
They have one, but they have those in stock, but they're like
Yeah, I want to buy one.
okay.
Is
they're
there
about-
no bargain bin of like DVD-esque like, rings that are just like the bad ones?
There's +1 rings, but you only get the bonus to AC during the day and saving throws at night.
Give,
Hey, that would be pretty good.
Darius,
actually.
do this. Give me a luck roll.
Sure, that's D20, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking for the clearance aisle.
You get a
11.
wand of light,
No.
but it only works like when you're outdoors.
What about one of them machines that you get at the arcade? You know,
I
when
love
you
that.
got the little claw thing and it comes down and it can pick out, a little toy or whatever.
It's just got wands and shit.
Wands, rings, necklaces, the occasional
No.
sword.
I can get that. I can get the ring. I can get it. It's right there. It's right there.
They
Damn it. Just
they have a ring of protection for sale, and it's 620 gold pieces.
Jesus pissing Christ.
Is it even a name brand?
Alienware.
Is this a platinum ring?
Is it name brand or is this generic? Like,
How much would that be to craft? Would that, again, be the equivalent of a level 1 permanent spell, which would be 500?
About that, yeah.
Let's
I'll
just get the crafting
just
material.
make one. Yeah.
You get the Mr. Pibb version of all of these.
You get the
Mr.
Zep
Pibb is not
version.
discount. You're getting the Shasta.
And
This
if
is
you
all
look
gonna
at
have
the
a
ring,
fucking
the ring,
capacitor on it.
Cola.
It does have a brand on it. It says Tim Enchantment Co.
That's Tim the Enchanter. I get that reference.
Nice. Boom, boom, boom.
And you've seen their advertised major images every now and then over certain cities. It's that cheesy sort of.
Are they located scenically over the Bridge of Death?
Come on down to Tim's Enchantment Co. Protect yourselves against the things with the big gnashing teeth and the claws. It's yeah.
How
Well,
long
none of
until
that.
this world just has television? I have to ask.
Buy one,
It's
get one
just
holy hand grenade for
television.
free.
Also, notice, if D&D, if there was television in a D&D world, there would be a reality TV show that's just following a group of adventurers.
Yeah, there was.
100%.
No, they'd just be guards filmed live at Waterdeep.
No, that's a scene in Shrek 2.
That is.
It is.
And it's my favorite bit of Shrek 2.
It is. It's
Catnip.
one of my favorite bits of all those
Yeah,
movies.
to
It's
be
so
fair.
good.
Catnip, that isn't mine. It's
Not fine.
the best bit.
Anyways,
So what? How much would a Ring of Protection +2 be then?
I gotta remember what a Ring of Protection +2 is. +2 to saving throws, and it is where it gets a little bit
More.
funky.
it
More.
goes from uncommon to rare.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you're looking at about so it'd be a +2 to all saves and AC.
Is
You're
that
looking at
close to
more
zero?
about
Rare should be
4,000 gold of material.
Rare value is
I'll
between
say
5
above
and
that.
5,000. 500,
Yeah.
5,000.
So in crafting material, yeah, you're looking at about 4,000 golds worth of material, crafting material for that.
I'll just save up then. It's okay.
But
I think we can probably. I mean, I think it's worth getting you a Ring of Protection +1. I don't think that's a stretch. I don't think it's that expensive either for 500.
It's just like all of my gold again.
It was 600. It was 600.
Yeah, I'm
That's
saying I'll
more
craft
than
it.
all of my gold again.
I need you to understand how ridiculously good Zep is at crafting things. He can
Oh,
craft
right.
this.
You're right.
It's an artificer, Roach. You didn't have to deal with one of these.
How about
Oh, you're right.
if I give you I've got a signet ring, like the ring of my house.
You have
that-
you have untapped craftable rings in your inventory that you've already bought.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, but how much does that take the price off of the Ring of Protection? Because if it's 500 for purely the enchanting materials, how much of that is the enchantable ring?
So you're looking at about 450 in enchantment materials.
Okay, duly noted.
I think we should probably do that. 450 and I'll enchant one of those rings.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
So that's is that coming out the party fund, that 450?
The 1500 you already took out for the party having to buy all
Oh,
this.
okay.
450 is however much Velmir is willing to spend, and then we'll top it off, I would say.
I can put 400 to it.
Because unfortunately, the rest of the party fund's not.
Most of my
technically
gold
right
again.
now.
Okay. You have so you've got 1,450 left in the party fund with you.
Yeah, plus Zep's carrying a bunch, so Zep will use his personal stash and then just get paid back later. It's fine.
Doesn't Braun also have like
It's not
an
with you.
obscene amount of
Braun's not with
money?
us.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Braun came with Johanna.
And one thing I did want to say with Braun going out is he wants to look for one of those willow shields. Willow steel.
Okay. Give me an investigation check for Braun, because they are out shopping.
Yeah, we would obviously also be helping him look because if
Yeah, because
Braun
Braun
wants
wouldn't be the
that.
one looking. You'd be like, hey guys, help me.
would that be something that we could have found with my investigation check earlier, the 20?
No, give me another one because it's a separate shopping deal.
Fair enough. This is still an advantage because we are being aided. Because I have a little girl who I imagine loves to shop.
Yeah, she'll help.
13 on that one.
You don't find anything right away on that front.
We have multiple days. It's okay.
So what else did we want to get? Are we getting the haste ring? Or boots?
Boots.
So that's permanent. No. Well, I mean, we could do as a permanent enchantment.
Always hasted. Forever.
Always hasted would be...
Your heart would explode.
It would cost 1,500.
It would cost 1,500. Yeah, that's true.
in materials if you don't fail.
Yeah, but if you don't fail.
I mean, Zep is good, but...
It's like
If you
that.
don't
It's like
fail,
that video of those
Zep has
videos
like a
dancing
5% chance of failure.
I was going to say, like, Zep would probably know his chance of failure. Like, what would it be like?
What you don't see is the long-term ramifications of, because you're hasted all the time, your life expectancy is cut by like to a third.
Okay, so percentage chance on... So it'd be about a 10% chance of total failure, a 50% chance of like failure but not total failure and loss of material, and a 40% chance of success.
Even with a +8.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Guys, he made enchanting harder.
Yeah, it was a
It
death
needed to be.
save before.
No. That was no. It's not that. It's just haste as a spell is a level 3 spell. You want it permanently to affect someone. Tuning, and it's like so. It's It's.
We want to be able to turn it on and off, otherwise our art will literally explode.
There is also another problem with the haste in particular. I can't cast it.
Yeah.
I need to be level 9 before I can do level 3.
Which means Zep would not be able to do the enchantment of it because he doesn't have it as a
Ruby.
spell available. It would be
I can
Ruby.
assist.
He can assist, but it would be Ruby.
I got it.
You need to think of.
Like the levitate I can do, the heat metal I can do. Anything level 2 of those I can do.
Mhm.
And the ring of protection, because it's not really a spell, I would imagine.
Yes, that comes under magical items, which is well in the role of
And in fact, my infusions do that. So it's basically taking an infusion, making it permanent.
Mhm. Yeah. So, what are we doing, friends?
Do we want to?
I think we should just go for the boots that have a once a day. We'll be fine.
Do we want to just? I was just looking at the time. Do we want to discuss this like over the?
Yeah, we can do this during...
Because we only got like 2 minutes left anyway, so we could just like.
Oh, fine.
Fine. So,
We got some great roleplay in before the shopping started, so.
yep. And I knew when you do unleash a party on the largest city and a boatload of gold, this is what
A larger city that you have been pointing us to for shopping for like the past 2 sessions.
Yeah, it's because it's one of the easiest places to find things. It's like,
I got nothing to buy. I got nothing. I don't need anything.
Friends, I hope you've all
You
enjoyed
need to
this
buy some
episode
self-esteem.
of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. As always with the show, I have been joined by the fantastic Commissar Roach, Mordred Viking, Lord Lambert, DM Opal, and DM Lake. I've been Midgeman, your GM for this game. We'll be back next week, hopefully with a lot of the shopping done, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye now, friends.
Turtles.
Bye!